sa board exams. Hindi ako nagbibiro. Okay? You take the time para, alam mo yon, matuwa ka sa sarili mo, makakonect ka sa kanya, maalala mo, di ba, na mahal ka niya kasi hinto ka. Ay, nako Lord, salamat. Di mo talaga kami pinababayaan mga criminologists, di ba? May parating ka pa rin talaga na foot patrol. Kasi alam namin na pag foot patrol na, walang magkakamali dyan. Pamigay yan eh. Regalo sa iyo ng Panginoon yan. So katulad niyan, all this type of patrol, tangin na naman. That's foot patrol. Hindi ka madadali niyan. At hindi lalabas ng isang pesos yan. Magugulat ka in the board exams. Puta, foot patrol na naman. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is, you relax, di ba? You stop. Ops, foot patrol. Sabi ni Sir Tarle, stop daw ko. Saglit na saglit lang, hindi kayo mamamatay. Walang isang segundo. No? Minto kayo, close your eyes. Thank you, Papa Jesus, for this question. Kasi 1 point to na sigurado ka. Right? You do that. Para na sa ganun eh, gumaan yung loob mo habang nag-i-exam ka pag nakasalubong mo yan. Okay? And we are praying lahat tayo na sana more than 2, lumabas yung foot patrol para makarami kayo ng sigurado na. Okay, so oldest type, vintage type, the simplest type of patrol, those are all referring to foot patrol. Done in body-body system, di ba? Yun yung mga palatandaan sa kanya. Oldest, simplest, ano pa, yun, body-body system, di ba? The vintage type of patrol, they are all referring to foot patrol. Okay? So, matuto tayo magpasalamat kahit na, paano sir di ako Katoliko? Di pasalamat ka kung ano yung pinaniniwalaan mo. Okay? Na thank you, Papa Bogart. Kung sa kanya ka naniniwala, di ba? Hindi ko alam kung kanino di ba? Pero what I'm saying is, you give your thanks. Kasi, di ba? Relax yung question na yan That's what I'm saying. Okay? Alright. Tuloy natin. Number 69. Who has the administrative supervision over the Japanese National Police Agency or the NPA. So that is the National Public Safety Commission, yung katumbas po ng NAPOLCOM or the National Police Commission. Sandaan, NAPOLCOM, okay, and then NPSC. Right? So ano nasa ilalim ng NAPOLCOM? PNP. Ano nasa ilalim ng NPSC? NPA. Anong klaseng kapangyarihan meron ang PNP NAPOLCOM sa PNP? Administrative control. Okay? Dito naman sa kabila, anong klaseng kapangyarihan meron? Okay, ang NPSC sa NPA, administrative supervision. Okay, para matandaan mo. Sir, anong klaseng kapangyarihan 'yon yung pinagsasasabi mo? Okay, so sabi ko, 'di ba, dito sa Pinas, meron tayong NAPOLCOM, ang nasa ilalim niyan ay PNP. Sa kabila naman, National Public Safety Commission, di ba? NPSC, ang nasa ilalim niya sa Japan, NPA. Okay? Ang sinasabi ko is anong klaseng kapangyarihan ang meron si NPSC sa NPA? Admin, okay? Supervision. Okay? Dito sa Pilipinas, anong klaseng kapangyarihan meron si NAPOLCOM over the PNP? Admin din. Pero hindi supervision, admin, control. Okay? Yun yung pinagkaiba nila. Right? So tandaan mo yan. Kasi kung matatanong ang isang ahensya sa Pilipinas na may kinalaman sa PNP, nasisiguro ko NAPOLCOM yun. Pag lumabas sa question natin sa board, ang may kinalaman sa ahensya, sa PNP na ahensya, it will be NAPOLCOM. That is for sure. Okay? Kaya tandaan mo yung kapangyarihan niya. The NAPOLCOM exercises administrative control and operational supervision over the PNP. Okay? Number 70. Which of the following is a step when the information is transformed from raw facts to intelligence data? Ano daw ang tawag natin dyan, sir? Okay? Raw facts transform into intelligence data. That is evaluation. Okay? Evaluation. Okay. Bakit evaluation, sir? We are looking for the step wherein the actual conversion or transformation of info happens. Okay? Yung actual conversion or transformation ng info into intelligence. And that is evaluation. Okay? may sumagot ng processing and I would understand. Kasi, okay, saan nakapailalim yung step na yon sa processing stage of the intelligence cycle. Kaya, naintindihan ko na mayroong sasagit talaga ng processing din. Kasi, ang naiisip mo is the intelligence cycle. So, that's correct, di ba? Directing, collecting, and then the third stage of the cycle is processing. Now, the third stage of the cycle, which is processing, what is the first step? Recording. Okay? And then what is that step na may kinalaman sa actual transformation? Yung kung para ma-convert ang info to kay Intel, yung susunod, yung tinatawag na evaluation. Kaya naintindihan kita kung bakit may sasagot sa inyo talaga ng processing. Kasi nga, halimbawa, ito yung intelligence cycle, 1, 2, 3, 4 yan, di ba? This is directing, this is collecting, this is processing, and this is disseminating. Right? Ganyan yan. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 stages of the intelligence cycle. Pagkatapos, dito sa processing, ang first step, kasi this is the third stage of the cycle. What's the first step sa processing? Recording. Kailangan maisulat sa papel yung info. Okay? Ngayon, pagka naisulat na sa papel yung info, papasok sa pangalawa. Kailangan ma-evaluate yan, meaning ma-PRA yan para yung info maging Intel. Okay? So, yung information transformed from raw facts to Intel, nagaganap yan dun sa anong step, sir? Sa evaluation step, doon sa ilalim ng processing stage. Kaya I would understand na iba sa inyo sumagot ng letter A. But the correct answer is letter C, evaluation. That is where the actual transformation or conversion of information into intelligence will happen. Diyan yan magaganap. Okay? So, pasensya na kayo, pero yun talaga yung tamang sagot po diyan. Okay? #71. What do you call the person who is highly skilled in converting messages from clear, right, to unintelligible forms by the use of codes and ciphers? Okay, ito. Okay, sunod uli kayo ha. I need to explain something. Okay, so sunod uli po tayo. Tingin sa board na maliit. Pasensya na kayo. Okay, wala tayo sa opisina. Right? So, kinabit ko nga lang, kita mo, nilagay ko nga lang alambre, di ba? Dahil wala akong whiteboard dito. Kung nasa opisina sana tayo, kaso, hindi ako aabot kasi dito ako dinire-diretso ng putang ng taxi na yon. Okay, so, ang question natin ay, person, right? So, we'll be talking about persons in intelligence. Sino po yan, sir? Yung mga cryptographer, crypto analyst, and those people. Okay, so, person. So, ano meron tayo, sir? Number 1, cryptographer, para tao, di ba? Cryptographer. Okay? The cryptographer is the person who makes codes and ciphers. Yan yung gumagawa. Okay? So, ano yung codes and ciphers, sir? Magsisimula ang lahat sa plain text. Ano yung plain text? Mensahe na naiintindihan. Okay? Tapos, i-convert yan into coded. Mensahe na hindi na naiintindihan. Tapos, pagka na-receive na yan nung recipient, ibabalik yan sa plain text para mabasa, maintindihan kung ano yung mensahe. So, magsisimula sa plain, mapupunta sa coded, tapos babalik sa plain text ulit. Okay? So, ganyan siya. Right? Halimbawa, pangalan ko, plain text, Rex. Tapos, i-convert sa coded, hindi maintindihan. Magiging numbers and letters and symbols. Halimbawa, naging heart, 1, tapos letter Z. So, hindi mo na naintindihan, coded na siya, di ba? Pagka na-receive ng recipient yan, babalik yan sa pagiging pangalan ko para malaman niya na ayun yung message. Okay, that is the message pala. Okay, so sino yung mga taong gagawa niyan? Ito. We have the cryptographer. The cryptographer is the person who makes the codes and ciphers. Siya yung gagawa ng coded message coming from the plain text. Ano tawag sa kanya, sir? Cryptographer. Okay? Cryptographer. Ano yung prosesong sinusunod niya, sir? Ang ginagawa niya ay encrypt. Okay? Ayan. So, si cryptographer yon. Okay? Sino naman yung nag-break ng codes and ciphers? Halimbawa, coded na. Kailangan ibalik ulit sa plain text para maintindihan. Anong tawag sa kanya, sir? Crypto analyst. Right? The crypto analyst. Right? So, ano naman ang ginagawa ni crypto analyst, sir? Ito makes, siya naman breaks. Okay, codes and ciphers. So ano yung prosesong sinusunod niya, sir? Decrypt. Ayan. The cryptographer encrypts, okay, or makes codes and ciphers. The cryptanalyst decrypts or breaks, okay, codes and ciphers. Right? So si cryptographer, sinusunod niya yung tinatawag natin na the science of making codes and ciphers. Ano yon, sir? Cryptography. Okay? Tapos, si crypto analyst, sinusunod niya naman yung science of breaking codes and ciphers na kung tawagin, crypto analysis. Ayan. Okay? So, meron, sir? Again, si cryptographer, siya yung gagawa ng codes and ciphers, kaya makes or encrypts plain text into coded, following the science of cryptography. Okay, cryptography is the science of making, breaking, inventing codes and ciphers. Si cryptanalyst naman, okay, sino tong tao na to? The one who breaks or decrypts codes and ciphers. Ano naman yung sinusunod niya na science, sir? Crypto analysis. Okay, so sinusunod niya yung tinatawag naman na crypto analysis. Ayan. Ngayon, anong tawag natin dito sa coded message na to, sir? Ito. Okay, may tawag tayo dyan. A coded message na ipinadala mo na is known as, okay, ano ang coded message, sir? A coded message in cryptography is known as the, hold on, susulat ko. Okay, cryptogram, parang telegram, di ba? Nagpadala kang sulat, telegram. Ito, cryptogram. Bakit? Yung pinadala kong sulat, naka-coded message, hindi nyo naiintindihan or maiintindihan kahit na ma-intercept ng kalaban. Ang tawag dyan, cryptogram or also known as cryptograph. Okay, it is a cryptogram or also known as a cryptograph. Nasusundan pa po ba ako? Okay pa po ba tayo? Okay, I hope okay pa tayo, no? Okay, so babalik ako ha. Cryptographer, crypto analyst, okay? Cryptography, crypto analysis. Anong tawag sa coded message, sir? Cryptogram or cryptograph. Right? Now, ang mga cryptographer at saka crypto analyst may sinusunod yan na patakaran. Okay, ano yun, sir? Yung pinagkokopyahan nila, ang tawag doon ay coda. It's called a coda. Ano naman ang coda, sir? A coda is a system. It is a system of words, okay, or symbols. Sistema yan ng mga words or symbols used, okay, na ginagamit natin to substitute, na pamalit, to substitute other words. Okay, so these are, okay, coda is a system of words or symbols used to substitute other words. Anong tawag doon, sir? Coda. Okay, coda is the system of words or symbols used to substitute other words. Yun yung gagamitin na pamamaraan ni cryptographer para mapalitan yung plain text into coded form para hindi maintindihan. Right? So, number 71, sino yan, sir? Ano sabi? Highly skilled in converting messages mula sa clear to unintelligible, meaning clear to coded. So, si cryptographer yan. Number 71, letter A, cryptographer. Okay? Number 72, what is known as the Police Act of 1966? This is RA 4864. Okay, so medyo madali lang yan. Police Act of 1966 is otherwise known as the RA 4864. Okay, so okay yan. Pagkakaiba po ng cryptogram at cryptograph, hindi po pagkakaiba, pareho po sila. Okay? Coded message. '73. Another form of specialized patrol, okay, and is used in cities where waterways have been kept as one of their major thoroughfares. Ano po yan, sir? Marine patrol or yung tinatawag din natin na waterborne patrol. Okay, so anong klaseng patrol daw po yan, sir? Marine patrol or otherwise known as waterborne patrol. Okay, so that is number 73. Marine patrol or otherwise known as the waterborne patrol. Okay? A blank is a list created for organized crime groups with the end view of effecting their arrest or eliminating their criminal activities. Okay, so sino daw yan, sir? Yan yung tinatawag natin na target list. Yung listahan para sa mga organized crime groups, ang tawag dyan, target list. Okay? Yung letter B, access list, nasagot na natin kanina yan. Right? Ano naman yung letter A say? Sir, wanted list at saka letter C, watch list. Okay? Ang wanted list, okay, is a list naman of known criminals, right, with warrants of arrest. Yun ang wanted list. So, ibig sabihin, pagkasama ka sa wanted list, meron ka ng warrant of arrest. Kaya nga wanted list eh. Ngayon, ano naman yung watch list? Yan yung mga known criminals pero wala pa silang mga warrant of arrest. Okay, nasa watch list lang, binabantayan lang kasi nga they are engaged in criminal activities pero wala pa silang mga warrants of arrest. Okay? Halimbawa, yung mga adik-adik dyan sa lugar nyo, tulak dyan sa lugar nyo at iba pang taong involved sa lugar nyo, di ba, sa mga gawaing kriminal, pero hindi pa napababaan ng mga warrant of arrest. Ang tawag sa mga yan, nasa watch list lang. Okay? Pero yung mga taong may mga warrant of arrest, nandun sila sa wanted list. Tapos yung mga tao na may warrant of arrest at membro ng mga sindikato at organized crime group, nasa target list. Okay, yun yung tatlo na yon. Okay, watch list, wanted list, at saka target list. Okay, sama mo sa pangarap mo yan. Sana later on, kamo, Lord, mapasama ako dun sa tinatawag na target list. Saya yon, di ba? May nagre-request. Breakdown, oras na ba? 3:30 na po pala. Okay, so sige, pwede tayo mag 15 minutes break para makapaghilamos din ako. Okay, so 15 minutes break, guys. Atin lahat ng mga bagay-bagay na yan after. Okay? All right, we stop where 74. Okay, yung list created for organized crime groups. So nasagot na natin yan. That is for the target list. Okay, so we're done with that, right? Moving on. Preliminary type of course taken, okay, by existing security guards or first-timers who wants to engage in security industry as a security officer. Okay, so ano pong tawag dito, sir? Security Officer Training Course. Okay, para sa mga SO yan. So ito yung mga basic na tanong. Kayang-kaya nyo yung mga yan. Okay, preliminary, ibig sabihin pre-licensing training program. Yan. Okay, basic security guard course as well as the security officer training course. Okay. In each prefecture in Tokyo, Japan, there are several police stations that serve as the principal operational unit of the police, which is subdivided into police boxes. Which one is known as the residential police box? Okay, the residential police box is your Chusaisho. Okay, that is your residential police box, right? The police provincial office in Leyte, there are about 600 police officers, and it is supervised by the provincial director. What principle can the provincial director employ in handling the group. Pag nandiyan ako sa Leyte, nag-enjoy ako diyan yung kanin. Alam sa Mags Saysay Boulevard, 'di ba may inuman doon? Eh, paggabi nandoon ako tas alam mo yung puso, yung kaning puso, tas yung mga barbecue nila roon, 'di ba, seafoods, ang sarap. Okay? So, pagka nandiya-diyan ako, hindi ako tumatambay doon. At least isang gabi, dalawang gabi para makapag, unwind, right? So, ang question natin, sir, what principle can the provincial director employ handling the group? So, meron daw 600 police officers, okay, under the provincial director. Alin ang dapat niyang pasunurin dyan, sir? You need to follow what we call the principle of span of control. Okay, you need to follow the principle span of control. Right? What is span of control, sir? Pag sinabi nating span of control, we are referring to the actual number, the actual number, okay, of subordinates that a supervisor can effectively supervise. Merong actual number na binanggit dyan eh. Sabi dyan, there are about 600 police officers, right, that needs to be supervised by the provincial director. Okay, so ano yung principle, sir, na dapat niyang sundin? The principle of span of control. Okay, you need to employ the principle of span of control because span of control means, okay, the actual number of, okay, subordinates that a supervisor can effectively supervise. So 600. Ang gagawin niya, tatansahin niya, kaya niya ba? Pag hindi niya kaya, that's the time papasok yung tinatawag na principle of delegation of authority. Kaya lang ang span of control, closely related yan sa principle of delegation of authority. Usually, kapag nabanggit ang span of control, I want you guys to be wary. Ano yung wary, sir? I want you guys to be cautious. Ano yon? Ibig sabihin, mag-ingat kayo kasi baka mamaya madali kayo ng delegation of authority. Good thing about this question is, wala sa choices yung delegation of authority. Span of control lang talaga. Kasi kung nandyan ang delegation of authority, medyo mag-aalangan tayo. Okay, kasi closely related yon, okay, sa principle of span of control. Right? Okay, so letter A. Number 78. The objectives of this organization includes maintenance of international peace and security, okay, promote human rights, foster social and economic development, protect the environment, and provide humanitarian aid in cases of famine. What's famine? Tagutom, right? Natural disaster and armed conflict. Ano daw po yun, sir? That is the United Nations or the UN. Okay? So nakikita niyo naman pagkaalam kong medyo less important, 'di ba? Mabilis lang, dinadaanan lang natin kasi nag-emphasize naman ako pagkaalam ko talagang kailangan ninyo at saka pagka talagang alam kong nasa board exams, 'di ba? Yung magiging question talaga, I'm letting you know. I am letting you naman, 'di ba? Sinasabi ko sa inyo. Okay? Geographical subdivision of a large city, each composed of designated district. Nalabas na rin to sa dating board exam natin. So, hinanapan na lang natin ng palatandaan. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, guys, na-discuss ko kanina yan. Okay, tinatawag na territorial units in PATRO. Okay, so pag ang hinahanap natin, sir, nakalagay dyan, subdivision, DI, division, di ba? May palatandaan yan. Yan yung kay district. Division, district. Okay? So, hanapin nyo yon. Division, district. Okay? Number 80. The United Nations Security Council is composed of several member countries. Okay, how many is it total and how many are considered permanent? Okay, so itong part na to, importante ito. Bakit, sir? Out of all the United Nations principal organs, ang United Nations Security Council lang ang may kakayanan na mag-adopt ng compulsory resolutions at saka magbaba ng military deployment. Kaya sa kanilang 5, kung may papakiusap ako, huwag niyong kalimutan ng United Nations Security Council kasi out of the 5 principal organs, it is the only council that can adopt compulsory resolutions. What do you mean adopt compulsory resolutions? Kaya niyang magpasunod ng sapilitan. Compulsory nga eh, di ba? And deploy military personnel. Kaya niyang gawin yung dalawa na yon. Okay? Hindi kaya yung gawin ng General Assembly, hindi kaya yung gawin ng International Court of Justice, siya lang talaga. So, let's discuss a few things about the United Nations Security Council, okay? Sinabi natin na UNSC Security Council yan, right? Ano yung dalawang kaya niyang gawin, sir? Kaya sinasabi kong importante siya. United Nations Security Council can adopt, okay? Adopt what, sir? Adopt compulsory resolution. Kaya niyang mag-utos sa pilitan. Okay, number 2, can deploy military personnel. Deploy military personnel. Kaya siya may power. Okay, see, tinatawag natin na United Nations Security Council. Yung dalawa na yon can adopt, okay, What, sir? Compulsory resolutions. Compulsory, sapilitan, di ba? And then number 2 is deploy military personnel. Those are the 2 things na kaya niyang gawin. Now, in terms of membership, how many is it total? The total is 15. Bakit, sir? May 10 elective. Ano yung elective, sir? Napapalitan. And then mayroon niyang 5 permanent. May 5 hindi napapalitan. Okay? Doon sa tinatawag na mga members niya. So the 10 members, wag mo nang intindihin kasi nga napapalitan. But we have to understand sino yung 5, okay? Sino yung 5 permanent members na yan. Now for the 5 permanent members, I want you guys to remember PACU, Russia. Okay? So sino yung 5 permanent members, sir? Okay, PACU, Russia. Okay? Ayan. So, yan yung 5 permanent members. Okay? PACU, Russia. Bakit, sir? F stands for France. Okay? U stands for United Kingdom. C stands for China. Then U stands for US. And then, of course, Russia. So, sino yan, sir? Again, France. Okay? United Kingdom, China, US, and Russia. Okay? So, yan yung 5. PACU, Russia. That is the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Okay? Anong silbi niya, sir? It can adopt compulsory resolutions and it can deploy military personnel. That is why it's important. Okay? It is composed of 15 total. Out of the 15, 10 are elective and then 5 are permanent. Who are the 5 permanent members? PACU, Russia, France, United Kingdom, China, United States, and of course, Russia. Okay? So yun yun. Okay, moving on. Local chief executives. O, local chief executives na naman. Sino naman po itong tinutukoy na to, sir? These are the mayors. Okay, local chief executives. Ano na naman yan? Diba? The mayors. They have the power to do that. What? Okay? So, are given certain powers in the administration of PNP personnel in the respective jurisdiction. This means that the mayor can systematically move. Again, naka-highlight lang yan because this is a question that I did for you. Pero sa totoong buhay, hindi nila i-highlight yan para sa'yo. Right? So, trabaho mo na hanapin. Okay? Yan palatandaan natin na yan, na move or utilize. Okay? It is your job na hanapin do sa question para malaman mo, is it employment or is it deployment? If it shows you the words use or utilize, employment yon. But if it shows you the words move or mobilize, then okay, deployment powers yon. Like this one. This means that the mayor can systematically move, okay, PNP personnel assigned to his locality. Ando doon yung salitang move, right? Or mobilize. Then that means the answer is deployment. Okay, deployment powers. Okay? 82. The objectives of low visibility patrol is no longer crime prevention but crime repression or crime suppression. Is the statement true, false, maybe, or you don't know? Pinaliwanag ko kanina yan, di ba? Pagkatapos ng visibility, police visibility produces police omnipresence, and then pag inangat ko ang visibility, it becomes high. Tinatawag din na police beat patrol, and what is the underlying principle? Crime prevention. Okay, pwedeng bumaba yan, low visibility patrol. What is the underlying principle? Right? Crime suppression or repression, and it is also known as the detective beat patrol. So this one is asking, is the statement correct? The statement is true. Why? Low visibility patrol is no longer crime prevention. Tama, hindi yan crime prevention, but crime suppression or repression. So the statement is true. Okay? Choose the official who serves as the ex-officio member of the National Police Commission. Okay, the answer is the chief PNP. Bakit? Ex-officio member means ex-officio commissioner. Okay? Lahat sila, mga commissioners yan, except for the chairman. Okay, we have 4 regular commissioners and then 1 ex-officio commissioner. So, sino yung member na tinutukoy na yan? That is one of the commissioners and that is the chief PNP. Bakit, sir? Di ba DILG secretary? The DILG secretary serves not as a member and not as a commissioner, but rather as an ex-officio chairman of the National Police Commission. Okay? an international police organization that facilitates cross-border police cooperation and support to prevent and combat international crime. So again, basic question, easy questions, right? International Criminal Police Organization or the Interpol. This acts as the central criminal database of member countries and is designated contact point for the General Secretariat, regional officers, and other Interpol member countries requiring assistance with overseas investigation and location and apprehension of fugitives. Ano yung sagot dito, sir? Yung iba sa inyo hindi masyadong familiar dito, but that's fine. Kasi ang kinaganda, madali mo naman din siya mahahanap sa questions mo. Bakit? Ang palatandaan natin para kay NCB is the word or the words criminal database. Okay? Criminal database. Pagka sinabi na criminal database, okay, sino yung tinutukoy niyan, sir? What we call the NCB or the National Central Bureau. Okay? NCB or the National Central Bureau. Okay? Sorry, mali spelling ko. Yan, tama. B-U-R-E-A. Okay? The National Central Bureau or the NCB. Ano yung guide, sir? The guide is, tandaan, criminal database. Criminal database. That's the guide. You remember that. Okay? Katulad nito. Okay? Itong question na to. Malinaw, di ba? Central Criminal Database. Okay? For the Interpol. That is the NCB. Matatanong uli yan sa iba pang pagkakataon. You just have to look. Nakita mo parang hindi ko maintindihan itong tanong na to. Okay? You take a look at the choices. Nakita mo. May NCB. Ito yung sinasabi ni sir na NCB siguro. Balik ka sa question, hanapin mo yung salitang criminal database. Pag nandun nga yung criminal database, then it is really referring to the National Central Bureau or the NCB. Okay? A stationary luminary lighting device, in a way, a stationary luminary lighting devised in such a way that its light beam is directed towards the intruder. So tapos na ako dyan, di ba? Directed towards the intruder. That is glare projection type. Why, sir? It is directed towards the intruder. We call that the glare projection type. If it's directed towards the item we want to protect, it's called controlled illumination. If the beam of light can be focused in any direction, it's called movable lighting. Okay? And then lastly, if the beam of light continuously overlaps, right, to avoid any natural blind spots, then that is what we call stationary luminary. Diba? Anong sabi ko? Lagi ang palatandaan is the beam of light. Pag security lighting ang pinag-uusapan natin. Okay? 87. Okay, ano ito, sir? What type of plans? Okay, so type of plans. What type of plans are developed for specific situations like catastrophes and other significant events? These plans are also known as emergency plans. So medyo madali ito. Okay, letter B, tactical plans. Tactical plans are also known as emergency type of plans, the ones that we develop for specific situations like catastrophes and other significant events. Okay? Type of communication network involving the exchange of information among police precincts or between a precinct and its headquarters. So, anong klaseng communication network daw yan? Under the study of police communication system. Sino ba nag-uusap? Diba? Ang nag-uusap is mga police precincts, okay? And the headquarters, basically the offices na meron tayo. Okay? The police station, police precincts, office to office, department to department. That is what we call administrative communication network. If people, okay, from the administrative aspects or administrative side of the office are the ones talking, yun ang ginagamit nilang frequency, then that is called administrative communication network. Kapag nag-uusap-usap naman are the line officers, the dispatcher, along with the patrollers, okay, that is what we call operational communication network. Okay? Huwag niyo masyadong problemahin yung sarili niyo. Ano lang yan, frequency sa radyo, ganun lang yan kasimple. Diba? Na kanino ka nakakonect, anong channel, may channel na nakaserve para sa operations, may channel na nakareserve okay, para sa administrative. Okay? So, ang nag-uusap-usap doon, mga pisina dito, mga line officers o yung mga pulis na nagtatrabaho talaga sa labas. Ops versus admin. Okay? This is the act of removing police personnel either through retirement or separation from service, depending on the circumstances of the personnel to be removed. Okay, so that is what we call attrition. Bakit attrition, sir? Removing, okay? Moving. Diniscuss natin sa inyo yan. Meron tatlong uri ng movement sa PNP. Ano yun, sir? Moving up, Okay, kapag moving up ka, anong klase yon, sir? Promotion. Right? Moving down, demotion. And then moving out, palabas ka na, but palabas through retirement, excuse me, or separation from service. So palabas ka na. And it's what we call attrition. Okay? An old policing method that started in England where lahat naman ng policing method natin, okay, wag kayo magtaka, but puro started in England. Lahat yan galing sa England kasi ginaya lang naman, okay, ng lahat ng ibang bansa ang policing system sa England. Okay, so everything started in England, napasa sa ibang bansa, sa Amerika hanggang sa nakarating sa atin. Okay, so lahat yan ginaya lang nila sa England, basically. Okay, so where, okay, kung saan daw, where male residents of a town headed by a fighting man are required to guard their residence. This is where the word town was derived from. Dito nanggaling yung salitang town, okay? T-O-W-N or bayan. Okay, this is what we call town policing, okay? T-U-N policing, right? 91. The AIAS can investigate cases filed against PNP members through complaints or motu proprio. Okay, so ibig sabihin pwedeng initiate yung investigation because somebody complained, right? Through complaints or through motu proprio, even without a complaint, meaning in its own initiative, sa sariling kagustuhan ng AIAS or the Internal Affairs Services, right? And also provide documents. So ano yung dinidiscuss dito, sir? Yung ginagawa, okay, ni AIAS. Okay? Kaya niyang mag-conduct daw ng investigation because of complaints. Kaya niya rin daw mag-conduct ng investigations, right, on its own initiative, and also release documents or recommendations with regards to promotion of the members of the PNP or assignment of the PNP personnel to any key position. Yan ang trabaho ng AIAS. Now, the question is, the AIAS is headed by the blank, as is the the PNP is headed by the chief PNP. So ang hinahanap sa atin is ano yung tawag dun sa hepe ng AIAS? Kasi ang pinakita rito, yung hepe ng PNP, which is the chief PNP. So what's the equivalent, okay, position title para sa head of AIAS? That is the Inspector General, Major General, Brigadier General, or Lieutenant General. Letter A, Inspector General. Okay? Kasi yung Major, Brigadier, at saka Lieutenant, those are actual ranks. Hindi yan mga position titles. Meron talaga tayong Brigadier General, 1 star, Major General, 2 star, at saka Lieutenant General, 3 star. So these are actual ranks. Hindi yan katumbas ng CPNP because CPNP is a position title. Okay? And what's the rank for the CPNP? Police General, di ba? Full-fledged, right? 4 star. Ang hinahanap dito is yung katumbas. And that is the position title. Ano yan, sir? Inspector General. Okay? That's the correct answer. Established to enforce, okay, circulation control measures, laws, orders, and regulations, and when there is a need to arrest a criminal or fugitive from justice. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? That is a police checkpoint. And that is a police checkpoint. Letter D. What is the process in the PNP application processing system that removes undesirable and unqualified applicants? Please take note of this. Okay? Isang bagay ito na sayang sa puntos natin. Okay? Ano yung pinatatandaan ko sa inyo? Kahapon ba? Kung nung binanggit ko yan? Yung salitang selection and recruitment. Di ba? Pareho yung proseso na nasa hiring process. Okay? When you say selection, okay, or recruitment, pareho ito. Okay, pareho na nasa answer, selection or recruitment, pareho yan na nasa hiring process. Okay, so yan yung nasa hiring process natin. The process of selection means we are removing, eliminating, or screening out yung mga tinatawag natin ng mga undesirable applicants. Hindi sila kanais-nais na aplikante, hindi dahil masama ugali nila, kundi dahil hindi sila qualified. Bumagsak sila dun sa mga tests na kailangan nilang ipasa. That's why they are considered as undesirable applicants. Bagsak sila sa neuro, bagsak sa medical, bagsak sa agility test, kaya sila undesirable applicants. Okay, because they're not qualified, right? And then, meron tayong tinatawag na recruitment as part of the hiring process. Dito, hindi siya removing undesirable, but rather, ito yung tinatawag natin na attracting. Okay? Hindi ko kayo pag tinatanggal, inaanyayahan ko kayo para nang sa ganun, makapili kami kung sino ang pinaka competent and pinaka-qualified. right? So the process of attracting police applicants, the process of encouraging police applicants, okay, to apply is known as recruitment. On the other hand, the process of removing undesirable applicants is known as selection. Okay, importante ba yung dalawa na yun, sir? Yes. Importante yung dalawa na yan. Hindi ko alam kung alin sa kanila palalabasin, pero okay, just to be safe, kunin natin pareho. Either one, okay, kung ano yung lalabas, kaya nating piliin. Okay? What is an element? What is an electrical, okay, or mechanical device that serves to warn of danger by means of sound or signal? It provides an electrical and mechanical means of detecting intruders and announcing their proximity, which endanger the security of a restricted area, a facility, or its components. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? That is what we call an alarm. Okay, it's called an alarm. A term used in England, okay, for lockpickers, safecrackers, and penetrators of restricted areas. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? Peter Man. Okay, a term used in England for lockpickers, safecrackers, and penetrators of restricted areas. We call that the Peter Man. What is the standard height for chain link fences, excluding the top guard? It is also the accepted height for protected barriers. The standard height is 7 feet, excluding the top guard. If you're going to include the top guard, that's the time that it will go up to 8 feet, right? But the standard height without the top guard is always 7 feet, okay? It is the end result of information processing. End result. Number one, result. So alam kong Intel di ba? Bakit? Product or result. Right? So alam ko doon papunta to kay Intel. Yun nga lang, kulang-kulang yung tanong sir In-expect ko, product or result of collected, evaluated, di ba? Disseminated information. Although, may binanggit siya. Okay? End result of information processing. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, may evaluation na magaganap. Kasi, di ba, the processing of information involves evaluation. So, pasok pa rin siya. The correct answer pa rin talaga is letter D, intelligence. Other than the fact na may binanggit na result. Okay? So, yun yung pamigay sa atin na, hindi, intelligence to. Kahit kulang. Okay? It is still intelligence. Number 97. Which of the following is the highest PNP rank in a regional police office? That is the regional director. Okay? So the highest is the regional director. When information, okay, had undergone process of appraising rather, its pertinence, okay, to the subject of intel, reliability of the source, and accuracy of the info reported, it becomes useful. It means that the information was blank. Ito yung tanong sa evaluation lagi. Tingnan nyo kung paano sinulat yung question. Nandiyan dyan ang PRA. Pertinence, okay? Reliability, and accuracy. Laging ganyan. Kapag ang tinatanong is evaluation, makakaasa ka na magkakaroon ng pagsasabi tungkol sa PRA. Kasi yan ang evaluation. Okay? So, pagdating sa actual board natin, all you have to do is, take a look at the question at makikita mo, may PRA dito. Pertinence, reliability, and accuracy. The correct answer is evaluation. Or dito, sa choices nakalagay collected, collated, evaluated, and disseminated. Okay, so ano yung pinaka-close na answer? Evaluated. Wala evaluation, pero evaluated is the same, right? So you go with letter B, evaluated. There are 5 principal organs comprising the United Nations structure. Which one is not included? Hindi kasama ang tinatawag na Education Council. Walang ganon. Ang meron tayo is the General Assembly, the Security Council, of course, nabanggit ko na kanina, the International Court of Justice, okay, meron talaga yan. Meron tayong Economic and Social Council, and then the last one, yung pinaka-busy, the Secretariat. Okay, yan yung hinahawakan na departamento ni Secretary General, the Secretariat. So 5 principal organs. Walang Education Council. Okay? During an intelligence operation, Agent Santos is able to penetrate the target with the use of deception, a cover story, or with the help, right, of an agent in place. Ano daw ang tawag natin dyan? Okay? Agent Santos was able to successfully conduct a blank espionage effort. Hindi. Kasi pag espionage effort, usually nasa ibang bansa yan, hindi dito sa Pilipinas. Okay, tandaan nyo. Espionage efforts means gathering of information pa rin yan. But in other countries, hindi dito. Okay? Surveillance operation. Okay? Surveillance operation involves, yes, gathering of information. Kaso, yung tatlong pamamaraan. Okay? Fixed, right? Moving, or technical. So, hindi naman yun yung sinasabi rito. Okay? And then letter D, infiltration activity. Okay? So, that is actually the correct answer. Okay? It's called infiltration activity. Our agent, which is Agent Santos, was able to penetrate the target. So, nakapasok siya. Okay? So, coming from the outside, tao natin nakapasok sa loob sa pamamagitan ng panloloko, deception, sa pamamagitan ng cover story, disguise, or sa pamamagitan ng agent in place, meaning may tumulong sa kanya na tagaloob na. So, pumasok siya mula sa labas, nakapasok yung tao natin. That is what we call an infiltration activity. Yun yung tamang sagot para sa kanya. Okay? He was the very first chief of the Philippine Constabulary and is now recognized as the father of Philippine Constabulary. Okay? Brigadier General Henry T. Allen. Actually, yung apat na yan, right? Puro mga ano yan, mga significant personalities yan. When I say significant personalities, mga important personalities yan, right? In their own fields. Si Brigadier General Rafael T. Crame was the very first Filipino chief, okay? Unang Filipino chief ng Philippine Constabulary. Tapos si Brigadier Henry T. Allen, yan naman yung talagang kauna-unahan ng chief ng PC. Nung itinatag ang PC, siya kagad ang umupo bilang hepe. Tapos after a few years, like after mga 17 years, saka lang nakaupo ang isang Pilipino. At ang kauna-unahan is si Rafael T. Crame. So yun silang dalawa. Si Colonel Antonio Torres naman, yan yung head or chief of police, di ba? Dati ng Manila Police Department, MPD yan. Una-unahan naman siya, okay? Na hepe ng MPD. And then we have Police Director General Cesar Nazareno, kauna-unahang hepe or head ng Philippine National Police. Nung ma-set up na ang PNP, siya ang umupo, okay? Na kauna-unahang Director General. Si Police Director General Cesar Nazareno. So, lahat sila importante, sir. Kailangan lang matandaan ko saan sila nabibilang. Tulad yan, Father of Philippine Constabulary kay Brigadier General Henry T. Allen yan. Okay? Product resulting from, okay, product daw, sir. So, this is probably intelligence, letter A, kasi product eh. Right? Resulting from the collection, evaluation, analysis, integration, and the interpretation of all available information which concerns one or more aspects of criminal activity significant to police planning and operation. So magpapalit tayong sagot, hindi pala ito intelligence lang, sir. Bakit? In one or more aspects of criminal activity. So may binanggit na human activity. Anong klaseng human activity, sir? Criminal activity. Okay? Hindi national security, criminal activity. Tapos ano pa sinabi, sir? Significant na may kinalaman sa ano? Sa police planning and operation. So ibig sabihin, okay, nagagather nito, mga law enforcement officers, police planning eh. Tapos ano yung human activity? Criminal. So this is not just intel. This is police intel. Okay, dahil merong nakalagay na dalawang qualifier. Ano yan, sir? Okay, yung type of human activity at saka yung collecting units or collection units is the police. Okay, so that is letter C, police intelligence. An element of police organization is known as blank. Okay, element, unity of command, span of control, or chain of command. The answer is any of these. Bakit any of these, sir? Lahat po yan. Okay, element or principle of police organization. Okay, marami yun eh, di ba? Ano yun? Unity of command, span of control, chain of command, scalar chain, specialization, delegation of authority, di ba? Command responsibility. So medyo marami siya. Okay, tatlo lang yung binigay dito, tapos pinapipili ka. So huwag ka pipili. Kasi lahat yan magkakasama. They are all considered as elements or principles of police organization. So the answer should be letter D, all of these. What do you call the procurement of information related to the activities of criminals in order to facilitate their arrest, provide evidence of their criminal acts, and eventually bring them to jail. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? So definitely Intel yan kasi lahat ng choices ko Intel. Ang problema ko na lang, anong uri? Hindi pwedeng line or strategic. Bakit, sir? Ang line or strategic may kinalaman, okay, sa answer, sa operational value at saka time frame. Eh, hindi naman yun ang binabanggit eh. Sabi rito is procurement of information related to the activities of criminals. Activity. So human activity ang pinagtutunan ng atensyon. So you just have to determine anong klaseng human activity to. Okay? Criminal ba o something to do with national security para makapili ako kung police o military. Sabi dyan, activities of criminals. So definitely it is police intelligence kasi regarding the what, sir? Activities of criminals. Okay, so that's letter A. State or condition wherein the people's welfare, the people's well-being, okay, the people's way of life, the government, and its institutions, territorial integrity, okay, sovereignty, and core values are enhanced and protected. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? That is what we call state of national security. Okay, state of national security. Bakit? Okay daw lahat eh ang ating sovereignty. What sovereignty? Ang yung kalayaan natin, okay? Yung pagiging malaya natin, our freedom, okay? It is protected and it is enhanced. Okay? Napapaganda pa, enhanced, di ba? Nadadagdagan, na-enrich, ganon. Protected, napoprotektahan. Ano pa? Territorial integrity, yung mga nasasakupan natin, di ba? It is enhanced and protected. Kung ganon daw ang sitwasyon, then meron tayong tinatawag na state of national security. Okay? Kasi pag sinabi natin security, di ba? Meaning, we are able to protect, to safeguard, okay, and to secure lives and property. Yun na ibig sabihin ng security. So dito, secured ang lives and property. So therefore, there is what we call national security. Okay, yan yung 106 natin. Private detectives, okay, of private detective agencies are mandated to carry firearms. Ano yung salitang mandated, sir? Pag sinabi natin na mandated, meaning it is prescribed by law. Ipinag-uutos ng batas. Okay? Prescribed by law. The answer is no. So dalawa yung may no, sir. Letter C at saka letter D. No, they are not allowed by law, or no, their firearms optional. Hindi naman sa hindi sila allowed ng law. Hindi lang sila mandated katulad ng police. The police are mandated, okay, to carry firearms. Naka 1:1 tayo, di ba? Bawat isa sa atin may dala talaga. Pero ito, okay, the firearms is optional. Hindi kayo totally bawal, pero pwede naman kayo. Yun nga lang, optional. Bumili kayo sarili nyo, parehistro nyo sarili nyo, palisensyahan nyo ng sarili nyo. Eh, yun yun. Kasi sa gobyerno, sagot ng gobyerno yan. Di ba? Kaya nga may serial number, naka-issue sa'yo yan. Eh, pananagutan mo yan. Sa kanila, hindi. Kung gusto nila, bumili sila ng sarili nila, pagkatapos, it is at their own expense. Okay? The use of firearms is optional. The most basic of all training, and it serves as a prerequisite for permanency of appointment and is required for newly hired police officers. Anong tawag natin doon, sir? Public Safety Basic Recruit Course. That is the most basic, okay, of all police training. Okay, tinatawag natin na Public Safety Basic Recruit Course, right? And then para naman sa mga mandatory na yan, okay, na training or schooling, alin naman yung pinakamataas dyan? Letter C. The Officers Senior Executive Course. Okay? So, doon tayo sa pinaka-basic and then doon tayo sa pinaka-mataas. Okay? Public Safety Basic Recruit Course, and then the highest is the Officers Senior Executive Course, or the OSEC. What is a method for evaluating collected items of intelligence that consist of a two-character notation assessing the reliability of the source and the accuracy of information? Okay, kadi-discuss ko lang yan kanina, di ba? Ang tawag dyan, sir, letter D. The Admiralty Code or the NATO system. Okay? A kind of promotion given after the death, namatay, okay? Given after the death of a uniformed personnel, okay, or uniformed member of the PNP who had performed such an act worthy of recognition and praise. Anong tawag doon, sir? Promotion by St. Peter. Promotion by St. Peter. Okay, yun ang tawag doon. Okay, given after the death of uniform personnel. So, ano tawag natin doon, sir? Letter D, posthumous promotion. Okay? So, pinromote ka ni St. Peter. Posthumous promotion ang tawag doon. Okay? So, discuss ko na yung mga yan, sir. Para na sa ganon, pag may question ako regarding promotion, mamaya, hindi na natin kailangan pang ulitin, sir. Kapag hindi namatay, sir, meritorious. 'Di ba? Oo, tama po 'yun. Kung hindi po siya mamamatay, pero hindi, mamatay ka na, 'wag na, okay? Makakaligtas ka pa, eh. Posthumous promotion, okay? Opo, tama po 'yun. Okay, so lagay natin dito, ma'am at sir. Okay, so meron tayong, okay, dalawang uri ng promotion na applicable, okay? Especially sa mga non-commissioned officers. Okay, so meron tayong tinatawag na regular promotion at saka meron tayong tinatawag na special promotion. Eh, hindi ko nasasama yung isa, yung letter A kasi special yan, eh, 'di ba? Para sa mga opisyalis yan, eh. So dito lang tayo. Okay, so regular promotion, okay, kailan ko ito makukuha, sir? Excuse me. Okay? Regular promotion happens when the PNP member, excuse me, have already reached all of the required mandatory requirements necessary for promotion. So lalagay lang natin dito, sir, tapos na, 'di ba? You've already met all the mandatory requirements. So qualified ka na para sa regular promotion. When you have already met all of the mandatory requirements that are required for the regular promotion. Okay? So that ng police dadaan diyan kasi later on, sooner or later, makukumpleto mo mga mandatory requirements for promotion. So mapopromote ka talaga. Kahit sa gusto mo, 'di ba? Kasi makakatamaan mo lahat 'yan eh. Yung timing grade, 'di ba? Yung mandatory schooling, makukuha mo rin naman yan later on. Kay eligibility, lalo pa pag R-Crim ka, di ba, eligible ka na kagad up to the rank of police superintendent. So, nakukuha mo yan. So, okay lang yan. Okay? Ngayon, kaya siya tinawag na regular promotion kasi kailangan tamaan mo muna lahat ng mga mandatory requirements. Hindi ka mapopromote hanggat hindi mo nakukumpleto yung mandatory requirements. Kaya siya tinawag na regular promotion. Yun yung regular na proseso. Now, meron tayong tinatawag na special. Bakit siya special, sir? Special siya kasi kahit hindi mo pa nare-reach yung mga mandatory requirements na yan for promotion, aba, mapopromote ka na. Kahit may kulang pa, halimbawa, sir, wala pa yung mandatory training or schooling ko, pero pwede na pala ako ma-promote para ron. May mga ganong pagkakataon. Kaya siya nga tinawag na special. Kasi, irregular, kailangan tamaan mo muna lahat ng mandatory requirements. Dito, kulang-kulang pa yung mandatory requirements, pero pinayagan na akong ma-promote. Kaya nga special. Diba? So, number 1, special spot promotion. So, special spot promotion. Bakit siya special, sir? Kasi kulang pa sa requirements, pero on the spot, nakaputa, na-promote ka. Bakit? Kasi ito yung prerogative ni President. Kanya ito. Desisyon ng Presidente ng Pilipinas yan. Wala tayong pakialam dyan. Hindi nakikialam ang NAPOLCOM dyan. So, if the President decides to provide a spot promotion to a certain officer of the PNP because of nakapagligtas na ng buhay or tinaya niya buhay niya, gusto ng President on the spot, i-promote yan, it's possible. Yun tinatawag natin na spot promotion and it is considered as a special type of promotion kasi nga, hindi mo pa nare-reach lahat ng mandatory requirements pero mapopromote ka. Di ba special yon? Kumaga parang special treatment yon. And then yung isa kanina, yung sinasabi po ni ma'am, totoo po yun. Yun yung tinatawag na meritorious promotion. Pag meritorious promotion naman, syempre subject yan to NAPOLCOM validation. Right? Ito yung meron kang ginawang kagilagilalas at nakaligtas ka. Di ba? You have excuse me. You've committed what kind of acts, sir? Di ba? Acts of conspicuous courage and gallantry at the risk of your own life. O kaya naman, kung hindi sa itinaya mo buhay mo, what you did, nakapagligtas ka ng buhay ng ibang tao. So, meritorious yun. So, upon validation by the NAPOLCOM, pwede ka rin ma-promote to the next higher rank. And again, it is called special kasi nga, kahit hindi mo pa kumpleto yung ibang requirements, mapopromote ka to the next higher rank. Ngayon, ano nangyari, sir? Kasi ito, yung meritorious, siyempre, kailangan dito buhay ka. What if you died? So mangyayari is, ayan na yung sagot kanina, posthumous promotion. Bakit, sir? The person or the awardee is dead. namatay siya eh. So, magkakaroon lang siyang tinatawag na posthumous promotion. Okay? So, ayan yung mga types of promotion na meron tayo. Discuss na rin natin yung letter A, sir. Sama na natin para mamaya pag tinamaan, hindi mo na kailangan magpaliwanag. So, yung promotion by virtue of position naman, this is a type of promotion given, okay, to key officials of the Philippine National Police who, okay, were given positions with a rank requirement which is much lower than their current rank. Nilagay kita sa posisyon na nangangailangan ng mas mataas na ranggo kaysa sa current rank mo. Halimbawa, 1-star general ka, nilagay kita sa posisyon kaya na ang rank requirement, nangangailangan na rank requirement is 2-star. Okay? Ano mangyayari, sir? After 6 months of holding that position, you are now entitled to rank adjustment. So, mapopromote ako, sir, to 2-star because of that kind of movement. Yes. Yan yung tinatawag natin na promotion by virtue of position. Eh, ibig sabihin, ang nagdulot ng promotion mo is your position. Kaya nga, by virtue of position, sa pamamagitan ng position mo, then you will receive a rank adjustment. Bakit? Bakit, sir? Kasi it requires a much higher rank kaysa dun sa current rank mo. So after 6 months of holding that position, what's gonna happen is you will have, okay, or you will be given a rank adjustment. Right? So, yung mga key officers, kaya hindi ko sinama yan dito eh. Kasi sa mga key officers lang yan, key officials lang yan, di ba? Hindi mo mararanasan yan. Ginawa lang kitang officer, for example, OIC for a certain period of time. Mapopromote ka na to sargento, no? Hindi ganun yun. Kaya hindi yan applicable sa atin. Okay? Only to those holding key positions, right? Mga matataas na rango. Okay? So, these are the different kinds of promotion. At lahat yan, anong klase movement yan, sir? Pataas. Kung pababa movement, demotion. Kung palabas ng PNP, attrition. Right? So dito, sir, after the death, that is letter D, posthumous promotion. Information undergoes this process to determine its, ayan na naman, PRA, di ba? Pertinence, reliability, and accuracy. Okay? Only after this process that info becomes intel. Ano po yan, sir? Letter B, evaluation. Ayan, kung mapapansin nyo, di ba, medyo bumibilis na yung pacing natin. Kaya ko na mabilis kasi karamihan is na-discuss ko naman na. Right? So ito naman, after compliance with the procedural requirement, a PNP uniformed personnel may be dropped from the rolls after he has been absent without leave, okay, or AWOL for more than 30 days. Okay, so the answer is letter D. Okay, for more than 30 days. How many number of firearms, ammunition is a private security guard allowed to have in his or her possession? Okay, so that is letter B, 25 rounds, okay, per firearm. Yan yung allowed sa isang security guard. Okay? But what is allowed per firearm? Okay, per firearm, yung mismong kada baril. Okay, ang pinrovide ng ating Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Act, okay, yung RA 10591 is 50 rounds kada baril. Okay? Per firearm, kada baril, it is 50 rounds. Pero kada security guard, it is 25 rounds. Okay? So, meron tayong 50 rounds per firearm and then 25 rounds per security guard. Okay? When you transform coded messages and making them plain text, you are performing, napaliwanag ko na rin yan kanina. Ano yun, sir? Coded, ibabalik sa plain. So, what are you doing? Decrypting. Kung plain, gagawin mong coded, encrypting. Pero ito ang sabi, transform the coded. So, coded, cryptogram yan, di ba? Or cryptograph yan. Kailangan ibalik sa naiintindihan. Coded, back to plain text. That is called decrypting. Okay, decrypting ang tawag doon. Okay, sino gagawa nun, sir? Si crypto analyst. Ano yung ginagawa niya, sir? Crypto analysis. Right? One of the methods of collecting information wherein the information is gathered openly and without having to exert any sort of effort in trying to hide the identities of the intelligence agents. Letter A, okay, overt methods. Kasi open, gathered openly daw without, okay, having to exert any sort of effort. So that is overt, okay, method. What is that law enacted during the martial law period in the Philippines? This law caused the merger between the PC and the Integrated National Police, and later on became what is known as the PC-INP, letter D, PD 765. Okay, PD 765. Okay, letter D. Anong ginawa niyan, sir? Kinos yung merger ng PC-INP. PD 765 is also known as the what, sir? It is also known as the Police Integration Law. Okay, PD 765 is also known as the Police, okay, Integration Law. Okay, bakit? In-integrate niya si PC tsaka si INP. Kaya siya tinatawag din na Police Integration Law. Okay? So, PD 765, right? Intelligence information, okay, which is primarily long-range in nature and with little immediate operational value. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Strategic. Bakit? Long range. Okay? In terms of time frame, long range. So, the strategic yan. And with little immediate operational value. Kasi kapag little or no, okay, operational value, then that means it is strategic intelligence. Okay? Interpol notice seeking help in locating missing persons, often minors, or to help identify persons who are unable to identify themselves. Yellow, notice. Kasi ang red, warrant. Ang blue, additional info. Ang green, warning. Ang yellow is missing persons. Okay? This kind of intel covers the activity devoted in destroying the effectiveness of hostile foreign activities and to protect the information against espionage, subversion, and sabotage. Okay? So, meron tayong isa pang uri ng intel na hindi nababanggit sa discussion. Bakit, sir? Kasi ito yung kabilang bahagi ng intelligence. Okay? Ito yung kabilang bahagi ng intelligence. Ano yung kabilang bahagi ng intelligence na yan, sir? Ito yung tinatawag natin na counter-intel. Pag sinabi natin na counter-intel, it is also known as negative intelligence. Okay, negative intel. Right? Or also known as, okay, the defensive function. Defensive function. Ito rin ang kilala sa tawag na the defensive function. Okay, defensive function of intelligence. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Counter-intel. Anong ginagawa natin sa counter-intel, sir? Bakit siya tinawag na the defensive function? Okay, or negative intel? Okay, ang ginagawa natin dito, hindi tayo nangangalap. Okay? Kasi sa offensive function, okay, yung pangangalap yun. Okay? Umuopensa tayo, nangunguha tayo, umi-score tayo. Yun yung intel. Okay? We are the ones getting information. Ito, nakadepensa ka. Kasi yung kalaban, sinusubukan tayong kuhanan ng impormasyon din. So, we are on the defensive function. To do counterintelligence means to protect, okay, and conceal. Ano yung conceal, sir? Itago. To protect and conceal your own intel. Kailangan maprotektahan at maitago mo ang sarili mong intel. But the protection of your own intelligence, the concealment of your own intelligence is known as counter-intelligence. Ang tawag dyan, counter-intelligence. Ngayon, yung ba sagot dyan sa 119, sir? Yes. This kind of intelligence covers the activity devoted in destroying the effectiveness of hostile foreign activities. Okay, devoted daw to para sirain yung activities ng kalaban. Okay? And also to protect the information. Ayun na, protect, 'di ba? To protect the information against espionage. Ano ba espionage? Pag nanakaw din niya ng impormasyon. Yun nga lang, yung nagnanakaw, nagmumula sa ibang bansa. So basically, dumidepensa ka. Okay? Protection against Right? So dumidepensa tayo. Kung dumidepensa tayo, that is what we call counter-intel or counter-intelligence. Okay? This may be described as anything, be it an act or situation which may lead in the compromise of information, loss or destruction of life and property, or the disturbance of the smooth operation of a certain plant or installation. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? Security hazard. That is what we call a security hazard. Right? Tapos may dalawang uri tayo na security hazard. Tama? Natural hazards at saka man-made hazards. Okay, so in the meantime, ito yung tinatawag na security hazards. This strategy is clearly malicious. This is propaganda geared towards the destruction of the other party in terms of integrity and hides itself as the source. So, discuss muna ako ng konting propaganda para maintindihan natin kung ano yung mga kulay-kulay na yan. Okay? So, basahin natin. Ayan ang nakasulat. Propaganda is basically influence. Pag pinopropaganda ka, ang ibig sabihin lang nun, ini-impluwensyahan ka. Okay? Kaya nga 'di ba, meron tayong mga tinatawag na agent of influence eh. Okay? So, mga tao 'yan na magaling mang-impluwensya, mga magaling magpropaganda, mga propagandista. Okay? Ang dami ngayon 'yan, right? Yung merong mga wala akong papangalanan ha, merong mga social media influencers, 'di ba? Na propagandista, ibig sabihin, iniimpluwensyahan nila yung pag-iisip ng mga tao sa paligid. And then meron tayong mga TV networks, 'di ba, na propagandista, okay? Iniimpluwensyahan nila base sa kagustuhan nila yung mga tao. And then meron tayong mga radio stations, okay? Meron din tayong mga dyaryo, okay, na mga propagandista. Ibig sabihin, iniimpluwensyahan nila, okay, ang opinyon ng mga tao. Okay? So meron tayong tinatawag na white propaganda, gray propaganda, and black propaganda. Ano ibig sabihin ng tatlo na yun, sir? Pag sinabi natin na white propaganda, anong uri ng impluensya yan? Gray, anong uri ng impluensya yan? Black, anong uri ng impluensya? Number one na guide natin, pagdating, tandaan ninyo, number one na guide, okay, pagdating sa propaganda is yung source. Saan siya nagmula para makilala mo? Okay? Number one na kailangan natin na isalang-alang para sa propaganda is what, sir? Yung source. Ang source ng white, identified. Ang source ng gray, identified. Pero never ang black. Okay? Bakit mo sinasabi yun, sir? Kasi yan yung pinakamadaling way para ma-identify natin ang propaganda. Okay? So, meron tayong white. Meron tayong gray. Okay? Pareho tong identified. Alam ko kung kanino nang galing yung propaganda. Ang black, hindi. Okay? So, ang black is unidentified. Okay? So, dito pa lang, okay ka na. Okay? Dito pa lang, okay ka na. Anong ibig mo sabihin, sir? Excuse me. Okay? Dito pa lang, madidesisyonan mo na. Sa question, kapag ka propaganda ang nakalagay, please make sure to check the source. Para kung binanggit na unidentified yung source, hindi mo na kailangan mag-isip. Automatic black. Auto-black yun. Diba? Auto-black yun. Parang yung tropa mo, diba, na hindi nakikita masyado. Diba? Masyado madilim dahil pa rin tambay sa bubong. Auto-black yun. Okay, so, ang tawag dyan ay black propaganda. Right? Pag nakita mo na, oops, unidentified yung source. Hindi sinabi kung kanino galing ang source. Automatic, kulay black yan na uri ng propaganda. Yun yung madaling technique, di ba? Para malaman mo. Parang NAB at saka RAB, di ba? EAS at saka PNP lang. NAB na yan, tas the rest, RAB na. Ganon din dito. Okay, ngayon, ang problema is kapag ka, ang sinabi is identified. Ang aalisin mo naman yung black. Tama? Aalisin ko yung black. Kaso, dalawa pa yung pagpipilian ko, white or gray. Okay? Okay lang yon. Baliktarin natin ha. Pag sinabing unidentified, ligtas ka na. Kasi automatic black yon. Kasi kayong dalawa identified. Tatlo lang naman sila. Yan, let's say binaliktad, hindi yung unidentified, pinahirapan ka. So dalawa pa ngayon ang choice mo. Tsaka ngayon papasok yung uri ng activity na ginagawa nila. Anong klaseng pang-impluensya yung ginagawa nila? Okay? Anong uri ng pang-impluensya? Right? Pag sinabi natin, okay, na white propaganda, source is identified, and then anong klaseng uri ng pang-impluensya yan? Open and undisguised. Okay? Open and undisguised. Ano ibig sabihin ng open and undisguised? Wala naman silang tinatago. Okay? Malinaw naman yung sinasabi nila, totoo naman yung sinasabi nila. Hindi naman sila nagsisinungaling sa'yo. Okay? Halimbawa, pag sinabi natin na white propaganda, okay, open and undisguised yung activity, yung impormasyon na pinipresent sa'yo, totoo. Mahirap kasi ngayon ideklara kung ano yung totoo sa hindi totoo kasi kailangan mo ngang mag-research para malaman mo kung totoo. So i-assume na lang natin, okay? I-assume na lang natin na yung pino-provide sa yung impormasyon totoo. If it's open and undisguised, meaning totoong impormasyon ang pino-provide sa iyo, right? Then that is what we call white propaganda. Alam ko kung kanino galing, tapos yung ipino-provide na impormasyon, okay, is totoo, it is true, genuine, right? Supported by evidence, then it's called white propaganda. Okay? Iniimpluwensyahan kita sa pamamagitan ng pagsasabi ko ng mga totoong bagay sa iyo. Okay? Hanap ako halimbawa ng research tungkol sa isang bagay, tas nakita ko talagang totoo. Okay? That is white propaganda. Ipe-present ko sa iyo yung bagay na yan. Halimbawa, gusto kong maimpluwensyahan ka, di ba, na huwag kang magshabu. Okay? So, gagawin ko, hanap ako, mag-research ako ng mga resulta sa masamang paggamit ng shabu. So, nakakita ako, di ba, na based on research, kapag 5 taong ka na gumagamit ng shabu, masisira yung ngipin mo, magkakaroon ka ng psychotic, di ba, psychosis, di ba, ganon. Meron ako talagang basis, 'di ba? Na may research nagpapatunay. Tapos papakita pa kung saan ginawa yung scientific study na 'yan o research na 'yan. So it's true talaga. Ipe-present ko 'yan ngayon sa iyo. Okay? Ngayon, that is open and undisguised activity. But wala naman akong tinatago. Totoo yung pinipresent ko sa impormasyon. And at the same time, alam natin saan nanggaling. Galing sa akin at galing dyan sa research na yan, sa university na yan. Okay? Pero anong punto nun? Gusto ko ma-impluwensyahan ka para wag ka na gumamit na shabu. Diba? That is white propaganda. Okay? So, ginagamit natin yan. Tamo yung PIDEA. Diba? May ginagamit ng mga ganyan, white propaganda. Para makaiwas tayo sa paggamit ng droga, pagtitinda, or whatnot. Okay? Ngayon, ano naman yung gray propaganda, sir? Sa gray propaganda, again, the source is identified. Alam pa rin natin kanino galing. Okay? Yun nga lang, ano yung ipine-present niya sa'yo na information? Okay? The appeal is slanted. Ano ibig sabihin nun, sir? Distorted. Hindi na siya purong katotohanan. Halimbawa, yung mga nakikita natin ng mga impormasyon ngayon, okay, sa social media, batuhan ng batuhan yung mga kandidato, di ba? Hindi na natin alam kung alin ang totoo dyan sa hindi. Okay? So we don't know. Right? Kung alin doon yung totoo sa hindi totoo. So basically, all of those information are distorted. So, hindi na natin malaman. Pero alam natin kanino galing. Okay? Binabato nito, binabato niyan. Okay? Yung mga survey, for example, diba? Yung mga lumalabas na nangunguna to, kulela to, nangunguna to, kulela to. Alam natin kanino galing yung mga yun. But the appeal is slanted. Ibig sabihin, distorted. Hindi na purong makatotohanan yan. Okay? Kapag ganyang uri ng impormasyon ng pine-present sa'yo para ma-impluwensyahan ka, it's called gray propaganda. Tapos yung isa naman, yung dulo, hindi mo alam kanino galing, at yung source, di ba? Talagang ang ibinigay na impormasyon sa iyo is truly trash, basura. Ibig sabihin talagang puta, malay natin kung saan nagmula yan, invento mo lang yata yan or what not. So wala na talagang katotohanan kasi purong paninira na lang yon. That is black propaganda. Okay, so this is all basically influence. Okay, pag-i-impluwensya sa tao. And that is what propaganda is. Kaya nga sabi ko, ang pinaka-simple guide is, number 1 na ilaging sasalang-alang source. Identified versus unidentified para makapili ka kagad. Unidentified, sir, black. Tapos na. Ay, identified, yung dalawa pa. Kailangan ko mag-investigate further kung alin ang tamang sagot. Is the information presented open and undisguised? Or is the information presented slanted or distorted? Okay, ibig sabihin, pinipresenta niya sa akin, okay, para paniwalain ako, pero hindi naman pala talaga purong totoo. Okay, so katulad nga ng mga surveys, di ba? Pinresent sa'yo, uy, nangunguna na pala si ganito. Malay mo ba kung sino tinanong? Hindi mo naman alam kung sino tinanong. Baka mamaya, puro kamag-anak niya yung tinanong, di ba? Baluarte niya yung pinagtanungan. We don't know. Right? So it's slanted. Pero alam mo kung kanino galing. Galing dito sa survey na to, sa survey na yan. That is gray propaganda. Alright? So babalik tayo dun sa question, ha? Okay, so the strategy is clearly malicious. The propaganda is geared towards the destruction of the other party in terms of integrity, and it hides itself as its source. So from there, alam mo na, di ba? It hides itself as its source. So you do not know where the source is. It hides itself as its source. So automatic, black propaganda. That's what I'm saying. Una, tingnan nyo kagad pag propaganda question, where is the source? Kasi makakapag-decide ka kagad. Hides itself, automatic, black yan. Okay, wala na akong problema. Hindi ko na kailangan alamin yung information if it's distorted or if it's undisguised. Wala na ganun. Okay? Only if it's identified, that's the time that you go through and checking the question, ay anong klaseng impormasyon tong pine-present sa akin. Okay? So that is for 121. Okay? 122. This planning involves the cooperation. Okay? This planning nawala, sorry. This planning involves, okay, the cooperation or coordination of persons or agencies outside the police organization. So this one's easy, okay? Extra departmental plans. Those that carry sabotage work are called what in intelligence parlance? They are called the letter D, saboteurs. Okay, they're called the saboteurs. Tandaan nyo maigi yung spelling, ha? Okay? Dumadali ang board exam sa spelling. Paalala lang. Okay? Nilalabas nila yan. Pili tayo ng correct spelling. Baka spelling na lang, madali pa tayo. So, check the correct spelling. Saboteur, provocateur, infiltrator, di ba? Spies. You check the spelling. Okay? So, the correct answer is letter D. 124. Which of the following is a fact-finding probe to determine a plan's adequacy and deficiency in all aspects of security? We call that the security survey. Okay? A fact-finding probe to determine ano yung adequacy, sir? Yung mga strengths and then deficiency, weaknesses ng isang facility. Okay, so kaya natin ginagawa yung survey para makapag-provide tayo ng tinatawag na security recommendation. Okay, we're checking kung alin yung mga sapat na, tapos alin yung mga kulang pa, so that we could provide security recommendation. So, anong tawag dyan, sir? Security survey. Letter B. Pilferage means theft. Tama yan. Okay, sabotage is the malicious disruption, okay, of plant operations. Tama rin yan. Vandalism relates to destruction of company property. Tama rin yan. And then lastly, espionage is about covert gathering of info. Tama yan. Ano yung kinaganda nitong tanong na to, sir? Pagdating sa ibang question at may tanong tungkol sa man-made hazards, babalik ka rito at marirealize mo, ang pilferage step yun. Ang sabotage, disruption yun. Okay? Ang vandalism, destruction yun. Magkaiba, di ba? Disruption, sabotage, distraction yung vandalism. Okay, yung disruption, pagkaantala lang. Yung vandalism, distraction, pagkasira. Magkaiba yun. Okay, naantala lang isa, nasira talaga. Okay, and then espionage is what? Covert gathering of info. Pag nanakaw ng impormasyon na hindi nila alam. So, collectively, ano daw ang tawag natin dito, sir? These are all called as, letter C, man-made hazards. Ang tawag dyan sa mga yan ay man-made hazards. Okay? This type of agent, okay, provokes the target. This type of agent provokes the target to give out the information he needs. So obviously, this type of agent is very articulate and very good with people. Ano yung articulate, sir? Maganda at saka mahusay siyang magsalita. Okay, so anong klaseng agent daw to, sir? This is what we call an agent provocateur. Okay, because the agent provokes you in giving out information without you knowing. Hindi mo nararamdaman, puta, nagpo-provide ka na pala ng informasyon sa kanya. Right? Letter B, excuse me, agent provocateur. This is otherwise known as the DILG Act of 1990. So this one's basic. Okay, alam na natin yan. RA 6975. Okay, so basic na yan. The first step in the information processing cycle, this is where information is written into some material. Diniscuss ko kanina yan, okay? Nung sinulat ko yung tinatawag natin na intelligence cycle. What is the first step, sir, in the processing stage? Okay, in the processing stage, yung 1, 2, 3, pangatlo, processing stage, what's the first step? Recording. And then what's the second step? Evaluation. What is happening in the evaluation step? PRA. Okay, so anong tama sagot dito, sir? Letter C, recording. That is the first step in the processing cycle. At ano yung nangaganap sa recording, sir? The raw information, meaning what you saw, for example, is written into some material. Isinusulat yan bilang isang report. Okay? Which of the following is related to the principle of span of control? Ano yung sinabi ko, di ba? Na laging connected dyan. The delegation of authority. Okay? It is the one related to the span of control na ang ibig sabihin, the tasks, okay, yung task, right? Yung mga trabaho, the tasks are divided among the police personnel by one overall supervisor present at all times. Kasi ano ibig sabihin ng delegation of authority? Delegation of authority means you are delegating or you are giving, you are designating authority in the form of work. Nagbibigay ka ng kapangyarihan sa mga mas mababa sa iyo sa pamamagitan ng trabaho. Halimbawa, regional director, nag-designate ng provincial director, kapangyarihan yon pero may kasamang trabaho yun. Kasi bilang provincial director, ikaw mamroblema sa buong probinsya na yan. So it is the designating, okay, of authority to other individuals or to other people in the form of work sa pamamagitan ng trabaho. Right? So, ayasan yung salitang trabaho dyan, sir. Okay, when the task, ano ba yung trabaho that gawin, di ba? The task are divided. Okay, hinati ko yung mga task, binigay ko sa'yo, binigay ko sa'yo, binigay ko sa'yo. That's delegation of authority. Kasi along with that work or with that task, meron niyang kapangyarihang kasama. Okay, so that is what we call letter A, delegation of authority. Okay? Comparing, okay, the man-made hazards, pilferage, sabotage, vandalism, and espionage, what's the most annoying of all and why? Letter A, pilferage. It is the most annoying, meaning siya yung pinaka nakakainis because of its regularity in occurrence. What do you mean regularity? Normal na siya na nangyayari sa halos lahat, okay, ng kumpanya. Okay, sabi nga natin kanina, 'di ba, may mga bantay sa lakay. So paano hindi magiging nakakainis 'yan? Yung mismo mga bantay mo, sila rin tirador, di laging lugi, 'di ba? So that's why it is the most annoying. Pilferage. And what is pilferage, sir? Simply theft, pag nanakaw. Okay? The process shall determine, okay? What will it determine, sir? Possible involvement, okay, in any questionable or criminal activities or violent incidents. Ano ito? Sir, ano po ito, sir? Yan yung parte ng selection process. Kasi sa selection process, di ba, meron tayong tinatawag na selection process sa PNP. Yung tinatawag natin na PPE, okay? Neuropsychiatric exam yan or the psychiatric and psychological exam. PMDE, di ba? The physical, medical, and dental exam. Ano pa? PAT or the physical agility test at saka yung FCI, the final committee interview. Okay? So alin daw dyan, sir? Yung tinutukoy. Okay, ba't wala ka CBI, sir? Kasi ang CBI magaganap the moment na masimulan ng PPE hanggang PAT pero bago mag-FCI. Okay, so magkakaroon tayong tinatawag na drug test at saka ng CBI dyan sa prosesong iyan. So yung CBI, yun yung pag-check if you have any involvement in any criminal activities or violent incidents. Okay, that is letter C. Chinese philosopher who wrote the book The Art of War. Okay, this is given din, di ba? Sino to, sir? Sun Tzu. Okay, dalawang tao lang ang ipinapakisuyo ko na matandaan ninyo when it comes to police intelligence. Okay? Dalawang tao lang. Sino yon, sir? Si Sun Tzu at saka si Frederick the Great. Okay, silang dalawa kasi halos ang pinaka-common na lumalabas na pangalan when it comes to police intelligence. Right? Mataas yung chance na talaga na nandiyan dyan. Yung si Sun Tzu at saka si Frederick the Great. That's why, yan yung sinasabi namin na bantayan ninyo. Okay? 133. RA 8551. Again, this is also given. Di ba? Medyo madali na to. That is letter B. PNP Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998. Eto, napaliwanag ko na rin to kung paano to magaganap. Sir, when will a permanent appointment be issued to a PO1 recruit? Di ba? Nag-discuss ako kanina. Permanent, right? Temporary, PSBRC, FTP, mga ganyan ganito. So, kailan yan, sir? Okay, you'll have your permanent appointment after completion of the PSBRC and the FTP. After completion of the PSBRC and the FTP. That is the time that you'll have your permanent appointment. Okay? He is known as the father of organized military espionage. He divided his group of spies into 4 categories, depending on how they became spies and the reason for gathering and in giving information. Sino yan, sir? Frederick the Great, di ba? Father of organized military espionage. So yung dalawang tao na yan, di ba, ang pinapakisuyo ko sa inyo. Sino yan, sir? Si Sun Tzu at saka si Frederick the Great, right? A casual pilferer, okay, magnanakaw, right? Pilferage. A casual pilferer steals due to his inability to resist the unexpected opportunity and has little fear of detection. Totoo ba yun, sir? That is true. Okay? Kasi meron tayong dalawang uri ng pilferer. Sino yun, sir? Casual. And then who is the other one? Systematic, right? A systematic pilferer, okay, steals with a preconceived plan. May plano. Okay, yun yung systematic. Systematic pilferer steals with a preconceived plan. May plano. Right? This one, a casual pilferer, steals due to his inability to resist the unexpected, okay, opportunity and has little fear of detection. So, sino yan, sir? That is a casual pilferer. Okay? The statement is true. Okay? That is for 136. 137. What do you mean, okay, when we determine the significance of the information in relation to what is already known? Okay, it involves analysis and integration. Ano daw yung ginagawa natin, sir? We're trying to determine the significance. Ano yung kahalagahan itong mga impormasyon na to? Okay, and then once the way we do that is we compare it, okay, to things that we already know. Okay, so anong ginagawa natin doon sa impormasyon? Ini-interpret natin siya kasi sinecheck natin ano ba kahalagahan mo. Okay, ikukumpara kita dito sa iba pang impormasyon na alam na natin. Okay, in relation to what is already known. Right? So that is what we call interpretation. Determining the significance of a particular information means interpretation. We are interpreting kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng impormasyon na yan. We're trying to determine its significance. Okay? 138. Let me just give you the answer. Okay, so hindi naman masyadong natatanong ng DILG eh. The DILG has 3 assistant, okay, secretaries. Letter C. Okay, ang palatandaan natin dyan is the number of SS. Ilan ang letter S? Sa salitang secretary, isa lang. So therefore, may isang secretary. Sa salitang undersecretaries, may 2 S. So may 2 undersecretary. At sa salitang assistant, may 3 S. So, ibig sabihin, may 3 assistant secretary sa DILG. Okay, so yun yung magiging guide natin dyan for 138. 139, ano ang tawag natin dito? What do you call the deliberately planned and systematic use of symbols, chiefly through suggestions and related psychological techniques with the view of altering and controlling opinions, ideas and values, and ultimately changing overt actions along predetermined lines? Anong ginawa rito? Ang ginawa rito is inimpluwensyahan ka. What do you mean inimpluwensyahan ka? Okay? Related psychological techniques with the view of, ano daw yung gusto niyang gawin, sir? With the view of altering or controlling your opinion. So basically, di ba? Of influencing you. Influencing your idea, influencing your values. And later on, ultimately, kung kaya niya, changing overt actions along predetermined lines. Talagang totally mabago niya yung decision making mo. What do we call that, sir? Letter C, propaganda. Okay, na-propaganda ka na. Right? Sa pamamagitan ng ng systematic and deliberately planned use of symbols. Pine-present sa iyo, 'di ba? Yung mga symbols na 'yan, 'di ba? The surveys pine-present sa iyo, mga pictures, 'di ba? Pine-present sa iyo. Okay, so ano nangyari? Napopropaganda ka. Right? Ultimately changing overt actions along predetermined lines. Yung kagustuhan nila ang masusunod. That is what we call propaganda. Okay, 139. 140. The primary function of the patrol division is crime prevention. In the effort to perform their function, patrol officers on beat should be able to eliminate the factors that contribute to crime, especially the existence of what, sir? Especially the existence of what, sir? So meron tayong tinatawag na triangle of crime, remember? Right? And then triangle of crime has 3 elements, right? Sino yan, sir? Si Moy-Moy, di ba? Ang may kagagawan ng crime, si Moy-Moy. Ano yun, sir? Motive, opportunity, and instrumentality. Right? Now, out of the 3 elements of crime, right? Alin dyan yung hindi natin pwedeng alisin? You cannot remove motive or desire. Bakit? That is psychological. You cannot move in instrumentality or capability because that's, biological. Di ba? Pangangatawan ko yan. At unless, putulin mo lahat ng parte ng katawan ko para hindi na ako makakommit ng crime, hindi na ako makakapag-isip para hindi na ako makapag-commit ng crime. So what is it then trying to say? Hindi mo kayang alisin yung dalawa. So ang tanong dito is, what is it that we should be able to eliminate? Ano lang ang kaya nating eliminate? Opportunity. Diba? Eliminate the factors that contribute to crime. What will contribute to crime, sir? Motive, opportunity, instrumentality equals crime. Matatanggal mo pa yung dalawa? No. Kasi nasa isip ko yan motive. Hindi mo yung maalis. Okay? Instrumentality or capability, kakayanan ko. Hindi mo yan maalis. But even if I want to and I can, okay, I want to, iniisip ko, I can, kasi physically kaya ko, there's no opportunity, walang mangyayari. Okay, so that is what we remove, okay, in patrolling. Ano yun, sir? Opportunity. Okay, opportunity. Eliminate the factors that contribute to crime, especially the existence of, okay, opportunity. Letter D. Sana, ayun na gumalaw. Yun. This is otherwise known as the Private Security Agency Law or the PISAL. This law governs the operation, administration of security agency and activities, qualifications, duties, and licensing of security guards, watchmen, and the private detectives. Sino po yung mga yan, sir? Okay? O ano po yan, sir? 5487. So, ganyan siya ipipresent sa board, magkakanda halo-halo, wala tayong magagawa. Kailangan matandaan mo. Okay? Paano natin matatandaan yan, sir? Pare-pareho ng nakasulat. The only way for you to remember that is to write it down over and over again. Pag ako meron ako matandaan, that's what I do. You write it down. Right? Ano ba yung PISAL? RA 5487. Huwag mo isipin, sulat mo. Okay? Ano nga ba yun? Private Security Agency Law. Sulat mo ulit. 5487. Okay? Ano yun? 5487. By writing it down, okay, nagkakaroon ka ng tinatawag na muscle memory and then mental memory at the same time. So therefore, maaalala mo yan during the day of the exam. So you just have to write it down over and over again pagka hindi mo makuha. Okay? So that is RA 5487. Okay? Like the United Nations, the Interpol has a general secretariat which operates on a 24-hour basis and has a regional office around the world. The question is, where, okay, is the main office located? Nang ano, sir? Okay, ano hinahanap natin? Okay? Main office ng Interpol, right? So that is in Lyon, France, right? Letter D, Lyon, France. Usually one who is already close, okay, or who has access to the target. This agent is usually reliable. Sino daw to, sir? Ito yung tinatawag natin na penetration agent. Someone who is already close, meaning malapit na siya dun sa target organization, or someone, okay, who is who already has access. Nandoon na talaga siya. Malapit or someone na nandoon na talaga who already has access to the target. Anong tawag natin sa kanya, sir? Penetration agent. Okay? If the agent is already in the inside, nasa loob na, okay, malapit na siya o kaya nasa loob na siya, the agent is known as a penetration agent. Okay? But if the agent will be coming from the outside, nasa labas siya, papasok siya sa loob, okay, that agent is called an infiltration agent. Okay? That is called an infiltration agent. So again, nasaan, sir? Mula sa labas, papasok. Infiltration. Okay? Nandiyan dyan na sa loob, that is what we call penetration. Okay? So medyo close kasi siya, di ba? Pero I wanna make sure na naiintindihan natin. It's important that we make the distinction. Nasaan yung magbibigay ng impormasyon sa'yo, sir? Nandun na sa loob. Kasi taga ron siya eh. Okay? That is penetration agent. Kaya nasa nyo magpo-provide ng impormasyon. Ito, sir, isang pulis natin, ipapasok natin doon, kailangan kaya maka-infiltrate siya. That is an infiltration agent. Right? A type of plan which serves as a guideline for police officers, okay, to follow like standard operating procedures in the conduct of raids and arrests. So this one is an easy question. Okay, madaling question to. Right? Ano to, sir? SOP, ayan, no? Standard Operating Procedures. Di ba? Nakadiscuss na SOP. Okay, so that is, sir, letter A. procedural type of plans or policy plans. Okay? Procedural or policy type of plans, right? 145, the art and science of making, devising, inventing, okay? Or protecting codes and cipher. What do you call that, sir? Paggawa daw, making, okay? Inventing. So this is cryptography, right? The making, inventing is cryptography. Ano yung crypto analysis, sir? The breaking. Okay? Ano yung cryptogramming cryptograph, sir? That is a coded message. Okay? Paggawa, cryptography. Pag-break, crypto analysis. Right? Common type of security lighting. Okay? Security lighting daw, sir. So what is it that I need to check, sir? Where is the beam of light? Okay? Common type of security lighting consisting of fixed luminaries that continuously overlaps to avoid any unlighted gaps that might serve as concealment places for possible intruders. Okay? Anong guide? Overlaps. Ayun, no? Continuously overlaps. The beam of light are overlapping. So what type of secure lighting, sir? Letter A. Okay, stationary. Okay, stationary. Bakit, sir? Kasi the beam of lights continuously overlaps. Okay? This concerns one or more aspects of human activity which should be known in advance in order to determine our future actions. This is the other. Ito yung isa pa, sir, na this the definition ng intelligence. Okay? Pero matatandaan mo pa rin na intel to. Bakit? Remember, paano natin nalalaman, nadidistinguish kung military or police intelligence? At kung wala nito, mananatili ka sa intelligence. Ano yung pinaliwanag ko kanina? Kailangan i-check mo, right, ang tinatawag na human activity. Kapag may human activity ito na papunta sa national security, military intel. Kapag may human activity ito na para sa criminal activity, police intel. Okay? So, meron tayong dinidetermine na human activity. Ngayon, pag walang human activity involved, di ba, mananatili tayo sa salitang intel. Kasi sir, wala naman hindi namin alam saan ginamit. Okay? Yung impormasyon, papunta ba sa national security o papunta ba sa criminal activity. Pero binanggit, this concerns one or more aspects of human activity. So this should tell you na ay intelligence ito. Okay? Kaso hindi niya sinabi kung anong uri ng human activity. Basta sinabi niya lang, I should know this in advance. Dapat alam ko na ahead of time. So that is really intelligence. Something that we know in advance. Diba? Impormasyon na alam mo ahead of time. Yun nga lang, hindi nilinaw kung anong human activity. So that is intelligence. Right? That's the correct answer. The DILG secretary also serves as the ex officio chairman of what? Of course, letter A, NAPOLCOM, or the National Police Commission. Right? 149, critical appraisal of an item of information to determine its P, R, and A. Evaluation. Ayan, nakikita ko yung bukas ng mga bibig ng ibang mga kasamahan dito. Sabi na. Yeah. So, evaluation. Okay, letter D. Okay? 150. What term includes security guards, private detectives, security officers, and security consultants? Anong tawag natin sa kanila? They are called private security personnel. Ang tawag sa kanila ay private security personnel. So they are called private security personnel. Collectively, ibig sabihin lahat sila. They are called private security personnel under RA 5487. Okay? One of the functions of intelligence as an organization which relates to the procurement of information. Ano daw yung mga functions of intelligence na yan, sir? Ang functions of intelligence, yung binabanggit natin sa proseso, di ba? Collecting, evaluating, disseminating. Function ko na mangolekta, function ko na mag-evaluate, function ko na mag-disseminate ng impormasyon. Yun yung typical function ko, right? Yun yung positive function ko o yung offensive function ko. Tapos ang aking defensive function is yung counter intelligence. Right? So dito ang tinatanong, isa daw doon sa mga positive function ko or offensive function ko which relates na ang tinutukoy ay procurement of information. Ano ba ang procurement? Sabi natin kanina, di ba, pangangalap. Right? So ano yan, sir? Dito sa choices, interpret, analyze, integrate, collect. Okay, the closest possible answer, sir, is letter D, collect. Okay, that is the correct answer. Right? Procurement of information means getting information, obtaining, or gathering information. Right? Hahanapin ko sana sa choices ko, sir, aggressive gathering dapat kasi procurement. So anong pinakamalapit na tamang sagot, sir? Hindi interpretation, hindi naman pangangalap yan o pagkuha. Hindi rin analysis, hindi rin integrate. Okay? Anong pinakamalapit na term na malapit o pwede nating idikit sa procurement, pagkuha, collect. So the correct answer is letter D. Okay, collection, right? So may ganyan pala, sir, no? Okay, parang hindi malinaw yung tanong, hindi niya talaga sinabi. Okay, kung ano yung nahanap niya. Kasi pag sinabi natin na collection, basic gathering. Pag sinabi natin na procurement, aggressive gathering of information. Pero dito, ang pinagana lahat natin, okay, ang ginawa ng board exam sa utak mo is, tiningnan niya kung kaya mo i-connect yung dalawang bagay. Diba? Para maging tama yung sagot mo. Procurement, diba? That is getting or obtaining info. Collection, okay, is also getting of info. So sila yung magkatugma. So the correct answer is letter D. Right? Ito madali ito. Kabisado nyo na to eh. Okay? Medyo madali ito. Right? Under Section 6, okay, Article 16 of the Constitution, dapat daw meron tayong one police force lang. Okay, to be administered and controlled by the NAPOLCOM. Tapos ano daw itong police force na to? Dapat ang kanyang jurisdiction shall be national in scope and of course, civilian in character. Diba? Dapat ganyan daw yung police, hindi police force, right? Police officers na yan. Just one, okay, establish just one, and then it should have what kind of jurisdiction, sir? National in scope and civilian in character. Okay? Who was the first Director General? Saglit. Pagod na ba kayo? May nagsasabi na mag-breakdown muna. Okay, so ganito. Sige. Tapusin muna natin 'tong ibang mga questions ko na 'to, tapos ano tayo, okay? Mag-stop tayo for a break, right? Saglit ha. Tingnan ko kung saan ko pwedeng intuto. Okay, hanggang 160. Okay, kasi easy, madadali pa tong question na to. Hindi ko kailangan magsulat dito. So, dire-diretso lang tayo. Hanggang 116, then we'll pause for a break. Okay? So, 153. Who was the first Director General of the PNP? General Cesar Nazareno. Okay, General Cesar Nazareno. And then 154. This agency is formerly known, yan ang dating pangalan, formerly known as the OSS or the Office of Strategic Services. Pero siya na ngayon, okay? Ang in charge with the gathering, pangangalap, correlating, evaluating, and disseminating intelligence affecting the national security of the United States of America. So obviously, that is the CIA or the Central Intelligence Agency. Okay? 155. Okay, what kind of security involves the protection of foreign dignitaries, visiting persons of illustrious standing, in top-ranking government officials? Ano yan, sir? VIP security. Okay? A term used to refer to the defensive, kakabanggit ko lang, di ba? The defensive function of intel, which means to protect your own intel information from attacks. Letter D, counter, okay, intelligence. The current CDS, okay, or the Chief of the Directorial Staff is Lieutenant General Leonardo Carlos. Huwag niyo nang pansinin, na-promote na siya to Chief PNP, di ba? Okay, so nung ginawa ko yung question kasi syempre, hindi pa siya na-promote, obviously. How many directorates are under his purview? Okay, we have 12. So meron tayong 12 directorial staff, right? 158, ano yung question, sir? It is the primary, okay, intelligence arm of the Philippines in charge with procuring information through overt and covert intelligence programs. Ano yan, sir? Letter A, NICA, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency or the NICA. Yan ang katumbas ng CIA nila para sa atin. Okay? And 159, SOSHA stands for what? Bigay ko na lang. Okay? Medyo mahaba ito eh. Okay, letter B, Supervisory Office for Security and Investigation Agencies. Yan si SOSHA. Okay? Yan yung dating SAGS-D. Okay, SAGS-D ngayon, SOSHA na. right? Supervisory office for security and investigation agencies, right? And then last number, bago tayo mag-break, what do you call a pilfer who steals naman anything from the company and does this with a preconceived plan for economic gain, sir? That is what we call a systematic pilferer. Eh, ang tawag dyan ay systematic pilfer. Bakit? Meron siyang preconceived plan. Okay, that is what we call a systematic pilferer. Okay, so sabi nila ay, anong sabi nito mga bata? Nagugutom. Nagugutom na ba kayo? Gusto nyo kumain na muna? Oo, baka ano nag-overload na kayo. Nahihirapan na rin kayo. Okay, so hindi na rin kaya. Ganito, 5:25 sa relo ko. Okay? 5:25, right? So gawin nating parang 45 minutes halos. Bumalik tayo lahat ng 6:00. Okay lang ba? Okay, sumubo na kayo, medyo kumain na kayo, magmerienda na kayo. Bumalik tayo lahat ng okay, 6. Okay, okay. So let's pause for a while. Okay, 6 p.m. Right? I'll see you guys 6 p.m. Mamaya yung advice. Okay, game. Right? Oh shoot, nahulog. Saan ako na-stop? 161 members. Dito ba? Tama ba? Oo, tama. Okay? Member countries of the Interpol or the ICPO maintains an office staffed by highly trained national law enforcement officers, which serves as the lifeblood of Interpol, contributing to its criminal databases and cooperating together on cross-border investigations, operations, and arrests. Eh, so binigyan ko na kayo ng palatandaan dyan kanina, di ba? Kasi the question will be very difficult. Katulad niya, ng haba na naman, parang ano tinutukoy nito? And then you will see the choices, National Central Bureau, Executive Committee, General Assembly, the General Secretariat. You'll have an idea. Okay, parang National Central Bureau. Ito yung sinasabi ni Sir. So para ma-confirm, in order for you to confirm if that's really the answer na kailangan mo, you check, di ba, yung term na criminal database doon sa question. And do you see criminal database there, sir? Yes. Okay, ayan no, contributing to its criminal databases and cooperating together in cross-border investigation. So you see, oo nga, nandoon nga, sir, yung sinasabi mo na criminal databases. So that's twice na magkaibang uri ng pagtatanong pero nababanggit pa rin talaga yung salitang criminal database. Okay? So you connect that with the term National Central Bureau para hindi kayo mahirapan. Right? Kapag kaganyang klaseng question, you don't know the answer, you take a look at the choices, may NCB eh. Okay, confirm ko sa question kung NCB talaga. And how do you confirm it to the question, sir? You look for the terms criminal database or criminal databases. Okay? So, yan ang palatandaan na yan talaga siya. National Central Bureau siya. Okay? The process of giving information to those who needs it, it is one of the functions of intelligence. Ano po yan, sir? Dissemination. Okay, dun sa functions natin, ano yung functions natin, sir? Co-ed, right? Collection, evaluation, and dissemination. And then yung defensive function, okay, is counterintelligence. But as far as the offensive function is concerned, co-ed yan. Collection, evaluation, dissemination. What is dissemination, sir? Dissemination is the delivery. Yan yung pamamahagi ng intelligence na nakalap mo to the intelligence units who needs it. Doon sa mga intelligence units na nangangailangan sa kanya. Right? So dissemination is the delivery, okay, of intelligence to the different operating units who needs it, yung nangangailangan sa kanya. That is what dissemination is all about. Okay, so the answer to this one, 162, okay, is dissemination. The process of giving process information to those who needs it in one of the functions. That's correct. Okay, letter D po iyan, dissemination. Which of the following, okay, ito pakitandaan po ito. Okay, 163. Bakit? Kanina yung foot patrol, di ba? Nung sabi ko sa inyo, galing kay Papa Jesus yun, di ba? That is 1 point, right? Ito, galing to sa akin para sa inyo. Right? So, tandaan yan, ha? Which of the following refers to a package of transnational flow of people, production, investments, information, ideas, and authority? Remember, globalization. Globalization, right? Globalization. What is that, sir? Okay? Basta tandaan mo. Okay, you will encounter that. Ganyan, ganyan yan. Which of the following, that's how it's gonna be asked. Which of the following refers to a package of transnational flow of people, production, investments, information, ideas, and authority? Kaya sagot dyan ay letter C, globalization. Tandaan mo yan. Okay? That is my gift to you. Okay? Makikita mo yan. Oops, ito yun, no? Globalization. No? Sabi ni Sir Tarle, oh, di ba? That's 1 point. Right? 164, as per RA 8551. Okay? That's per RA 551. How many percent? Okay, of his annual recruitment quota, training and education, it is still at 10%. Okay, although it varies yearly depending on the, di ba, police population ratio na meron tayo, and depending on the regional status, kasi there are regions na walang quota for that. Okay, but that's irrelevant kasi nga sabi natin this is for the board examinations. As far as the board exam is concerned, right, it is based on RA 8551 and it is still at 10%. Hindi pa nila binabago yan. Okay, but the actual, okay, percentage of the women hired in the PNP per the region, yun yung gumagalaw. Wala tayong control doon. Okay, it can go higher, minsan wala. Okay, but for RA 8551, it is still at 10%. You have to remember that. Okay? 165. What is that state practice of spying in other countries and secretly gathering information inimical? Okay, what do you mean inimical? Yung may kinalaman, okay, to national security. That is what we call espionage. That is not intelligence. While it is true that it is gathering information, nakalagay dyan, di ba? Gathering information inimical to national security, it is still not intelligence. Why, sir? Kasi it involves na other countries. Okay, earlier kanina sinabi ko sa inyo, 'di ba? Na if it's intelligence within the country, yeah, that's fine, it's intel. Pero if it involves gathering intel from other countries, it is espionage, and the defensive function against that is counter-espionage. Ganun po siya. So nangangalap tayo ng impormasyon sa ibang bansa, that is espionage. Nangangalap sila ng impormasyon, ibang bansa sila papunta sa atin, that is espionage. Didepensa tayo, that is counter-espionage. Didepensa sila, that is counter-espionage. Right? 166. Basic Security Guard course and Security Officers course are examples of this type of security guard training. These are pre-licensing training programs. Bakit siya pre-licensing, sir? Before you get your license. Pre, di ba? Before the license. Okay? Before you get your SG license, before you get your SO license. Okay? That is what we call a pre-licensing course. Okay? The procuring of information. So ano yung procuring, sir? Getting, gathering, di ba? Obtaining, pertaining to the security of the state and the activities of those who are hostile, okay, to the state. Ano po ang tawag natin dyan, sir? That is pertaining to the activities, okay, of who, sir? Those who are hostile, okay, lumalaban sa gobyerno, that is military intelligence, okay? Activities of those who are hostile to the state. So that is military intelligence. The Crime Laboratory Group, or the CLG, provides scientific and technical services. That's correct. Okay. The Crime Laboratory Group is what kind of support unit? Diba? Group, anong paalala ko sa inyo kanina? Pagka group, operational support units yan. Kapag ka services, administrative support units yan. So, Crime Laboratory Group. Okay, so this belongs to the operational support unit. Okay, letter D. A person who forsakes and betrays his own country for another country, what do you call that person, sir? A defector. Okay, so lilinawin ko lang itong term na to, ha. We call him a defector. Yung letter C, totoo yan. Ang tawag sa kanya is traitor. Okay? Nagtatraidor, di ba? Nagtataksil sa bayan. That is true, traitor. Okay? Pero in intelligence parlance, we don't call him a traitor. Okay? We call him a defector. And then we have what we call a defector in place. Ibig sabihin, nagtataksil or nagtatraidor na siya habang nandyan nakapwesto pa siya. Okay? Hindi ka pa talaga iniiwanan. Right? So walang personalan na walang personalan pero halimbawa sa relasyon, 'di ba? Alam mo 'yon? Sumakabilang bahay na iniwan ka na, defector 'yon. Pero yung 'di ba, nagtataksil kayo pa, that is a defector in place. Okay? So halimbawa lang, example lang. So hindi pa siya talagang umaalis. Okay? Ano yung ginagawa niya, sir? That's traitor, okay? Or treason, okay? Pagtataksil sa bayan. Eh, yun yung kaso niya if ever na mahuhuli siya. Diba? That is treason or pagtataksil sa bayan. And in layman's terms, yung alam ng ordinaryong mamamayan, it's called a traitor. But for us, we don't do that. Okay? We don't do that. That is what we call a defector, okay? Or a defector in place. Okay? Inabilin to. Masakit. Oh. Sorry na, kaya nga sabi ko, di ba, walang personalan, example lang siya. Kayo naman, no, nagre-react kayo masyado. Huwag ganun. Okay? So, moving on. 170. This is a type, okay, of cover that uses actual or true background. Okay, so we're talking about, sir, or about what, sir? We're talking about cover. Okay, so we will be talking about cover. Pag sinabi natin na cover, there's gonna be a change. Okay, change of what, sir? When you say cover, there's gonna be a change. Change of identity primarily. Okay, o kaya change of background. O kaya naman change of information. Yan ang cover. Okay, when you say cover, there's gonna be a change. Okay, anong klaseng change yun, sir? There's gonna be a change of identity, a change of background, or change of information. Now, meron tayong dalawa. Okay, nauri. Natawa ako dito kay kay Kay. Talagang inamoy mo, ha. Pinakita mo pa talaga sa amin, Kay, ha. Chineck out mo yung kilikili mo, ha. Ikaw talaga, oh. Okay pa yan. Okay. Hanap ka ng babae yung hindi maarte, no? Yung kakainin lahat. Loko-loko to si Kay. Talagang ganun pa siya, pareho, oh. Kaliwat kanan, eh. Okay, so meron tayong tinatawag na natural cover, at saka meron tayong tinatawag na artificial. Okay, what's the difference, sir? Pag sinabi nating natural cover, okay, and what kind of background, what kind of information, what kind of identity yung ginamit mo? True, totoo. Okay? Pag artificial naman, it's adopted, hindi totoo. Okay? Halimbawa, kailangan natin mag-penetrate, 'di ba, sa squatters area. So anong ginawa natin? Nagpanggap tayo na magbabalot, nagpanggap ka na balot vendor, 'di ba? Tricycle driver, kahit ano, okay? Na pwede mong gamitin as a disguise para makapenetrate or makapasok dun sa lugar. Pero hindi ikaw 'yon. That is just an adopted cover. So that means what kind of cover did you use? What kind of change of identity? What kind of change of background? What kind of change of information? That is an artificial cover. Okay? Ngayon, sabi mo, hindi na kailangan. May tao naman ako. Okay? Meron akong confidential informant na pwede papasukin dyan. Okay? Magbabalot talaga o vendor talaga or driver talaga or whatnot. Yun yung inutusan mo to penetrate, okay? To gather the information for you. Okay? So, ginamit niya yung totoong background niya. Kasi totoong driver yun, totoong balot vendor yun, di ba? Totoong kung ano man siya. So, that is what we call a natural cover because that person will be using his true background, true information, or true identity. Okay? So, that is what we know as a natural cover because you will be using true background. Right? So dito ang sabi, a cover that uses actual or true background. So letter A, natural cover. Okay? Shall mean any person, association, partnership, okay, firm or private corporation who contracts, recruits, trains, furnishes, or posts any security guard. Ano tawag din, sir? That is a private security agency. Now, kung yung dulo papalitan ko, okay, furnishes or posts, okay, private detectives, palitan mo rin yung sagot mo. Private detective agency. Okay? Kasi ano yung pinoposte ko? Security guard. So, I am a private security agency. Ano yung pinoposte ko, sir? Okay? Private detectives. So, I am a private detective agency. Common sense naman, di ba? So, palitan mo lang din yung sagot mo. Okay? Moving on. You are the officer in charge of the radio control room that is dispatching mobile patrol crew to scene of assignments, transmitting, receiving, and recording radio messages. You are the dispatcher, letter D, di ba? Nasaan si dispatcher, sir? Nasa radio control room, receiving messages and transmitting messages. Okay, nasaan siya, sir? Yung radio control room nandoon sa Tactical Operation Center. Okay? So, ang tawag sa kanya ay the dispatcher. Right? Excuse me. Anong tawag natin dito, sir? Transforming plain text into coded messages or cipher to avoid compromise of the information even if intercepted by the enemy. Ano daw ang tawag dyan, sir? Plain text to coded. So what are we doing, sir? We are encrypting. Okay? Kasi plain to coded, that is encrypting. Kung coded to plain, that is decrypting. Okay? Sinong gumagawa nitong decrypting, sir? The crypto analyst. Ano yung ginagawa niya? Crypto analysis. Okay? Yung isa naman, encrypt. Sino yun, sir? The cryptographer. Okay? Following what? Cryptography. Okay? One of the principles, okay, followed in police organization is specialization. Totoo yun, di ba? Isa siya. Ano pa yung iba? Unity of command, span of control, delegation of authority, di ba? Yung mga bagay na yan. Which means, okay, ano daw ibig sabihin ng specialization? The unit is separated after getting specific tasks and objectives. Nagkakaroon tayo ng expertise, okay, sa isang bagay. Now, the question is, if we have a hostage situation and there are many line commanders as well as high-ranking public officials present, what particular police organizational principle should we follow in order to avoid leadership confusion? Okay, so in order to avoid leadership confusion, ano yung susundin natin, sir? Unity of command, 'di ba? Marami tayo na high-ranking public officials, maraming line commanders dun sa area, but 'di ba, meron tayong kasabihan, there should only be one man in command of a particular situation. Otherwise, we risk having leadership confusion, magulo. Hindi natin alam kung kanino kukunin yung command. Babarilin na ba? Hindi pa babarilin. Babarilin na ba? Hindi pa babarilin. I don't know. Okay? Kasi dalawa kayong kaharap ko, pareho kayo official. Di ko alam sino sa inyo susundin ko. So dapat meron tayong tinatawag na unity of command. Right? Frederick the Great called this spy as blank because these are ordinary people to do pushed. Okay? Tinulak. Okay? They are pushed to do spy work. They were not given a choice but to follow or suffer punishment. Anong klase daw ng mga spies ito, sir? Letter D, forced spies. Obvious naman di ba? They are, or these are, okay, ordinary people pushed. Itinulak sila, di ba? Hindi naman talaga gusto. They are ordinary people pushed to do spy work. Ano pa? They were not given any choice. Wala kang magagawa. Okay? So, anong tawag natin dyan? Forced spies. Okay? Mga pinilit na spiya yung mga yan. Any structural, okay, or physical device capable of restricting, delaying, deterring illegal access to an installation, that is what we call a barrier. Okay, so I'm gonna do a bit of an explanation here pagdating sa barrier. Kasi sa board exams natin, may makakasalubong kayong dalawang term. Ano yun, sir? Number one is what we call a barrier. And then number two is what we call a perimeter barrier. So barrier pa rin, pero yung isa may salitang perimeter, yung isa barrier lang. Okay? So ano yung magiging guide mo, sir? Okay? Pagka barrier lang ang hinahanap, tandaan mo yung tatlo na yan. Hindi pwedeng hindi nila palalabasin niya. Okay? Ano yun, sir? Restrict. Okay? Kailangan makita mo yan. Restrict. Ano pa, sir? Delay. And then deter. Okay? So nandyan yung tatlo na yan sa question. Okay? Something that restricts, delay, or deter. Magkakatalo lang yan kung paano nila iaayos. Pwedeng marambol. Okay, physical device capable of delaying, restricting, deterring, restricting, delaying, but that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter, right? Basta nandun silang tatlo, marirecall mo yan. Ito yun, yung tatlo. Restrict, delay, deter. Inayos lang ng ibang sequence, but it is still, okay, restrict, delay, deter, and what should be your answer? Barrier. On the other hand, okay, pagka perimeter barrier, walang restrict, delay, deter. Hindi babanggitin yan. Iba ang babanggitin. Ano yun, sir? Magbabanggit ng tinatawag na physical, okay, limit, okay, or boundary. Okay? So, yun ang babanggitin. It defines the physical limits of the area, okay? Or it provides the boundary of the facility. Okay, yun yung mababanggit. So wala yung restrict, delay, deter. Okay? And also, I want you guys to understand that a perimeter barrier is also known as a fence. Bakod yan. Okay? A perimeter barrier is also known as a fence. Tapos may dalawang uri tayo ng bakod or fence. Ano yun, sir? Meron tayong solid fence, yung hindi kita yung kabila. At saka meron tayong tinatawag na full view fence, yung kita mo yung kabila. Halimbawa, nagawa ako ng bakod, gawa sa hollow blocks. That is a solid fence. Hindi mo kita yung kabila. O kaya nagawa ako ng bakod, gawa sa barbed wire. That is a full view fence kasi kita mo yung kabila. Right? Full view, kita. And then solid, hindi kita. Ano yun, sir? Fence. Okay? Ano yung fence? Also known as a perimeter barrier. How would I know? It defines the physical limit or the boundary of the area or installation. On the other hand, you have barrier. And ano yung guide ko, sir? There will always be the terms restrict, delay, deter in the questions. Okay? Integrated product of intelligence developed by all government agencies concerning the broad aspects of national security and policy. Nung una pa lang tayo nagdi-discuss kaninang umaga, pinaliwanag ko na yan, 'di ba? Military intelligence, police intelligence, nagsama-sama lahat ng collecting units. Anong tawag? Intelligence community. Ang nagsama-sama is lahat ng product ng mga intelligence units na 'yon. Okay, the integrated product, right, of all the government agencies or all the collecting units, it's called letter A, national intelligence. Okay? The procedures that relate to reporting, okay, raids, arrest, and investigation of crimes are example of, okay, anong example na yan, sir? Nasa saan ba yung raid, yung arrest, di ba? Investigation, nasa labas yan. So these are what we call field procedures. Okay, field procedures. How many deputies assist the Philippine National Police Chief or the PNP? Dalawa. Okay, meron tayong Deputy Chief for Administration and then Deputy Chief for Operations. Okay? One of the, pasensya na ha, medyo bumibilis yung pacing natin kasi baka parehong mahirapan tayo. Okay, gagabihin tayo ng gusto. So therefore, okay, medyo madali naman na yung iba na yan kaya binibilisan ko ng konti yung pacing. Okay? One of the formal admin disciplinary appellate machinery, ito yung kanina, right? Yung question number 1 natin. Okay, you will be choosing RAB here. Bakit? Titingnan mo yung choices mo coming from the regional director, the provincial director, the chief of police, the mayor, and the pleb. Diba? Ang dami. That's what I'm saying. Huwag mo nang kabisaduhin. Doon ka lang kay NAB. So ngayon, hinahanap mo si EAS at saka si Chief PNP, wala. So obviously, that is the Regional Appellate Board. Okay? Refers to the penetration of an agent to the target, okay, through deception, cover story, or with the help of a defector in place. It may also be achieved with the use of mechanical devices. Anong tawag natin dito, sir? Letter D, infiltration. Bakit infiltration? Kasi the agent will be coming from the outside. I want you guys to really remember kung saan manggagaling yung tao na yon. If it's someone who is already on the inside, penetration ang tawag doon. If it's someone who will be coming from the outside, okay, infiltration yung tawag doon. So anong tawag doon sa person? Penetration agent or infiltration agent respectively, kung saan siya galing. Diyan na siya galing sa loob, right? Na-recruit mo lang to give us information. Penetration yon. Magmumula siya sa labas, papasok. Infiltration yon. Okay, you have to really discern the difference between the two. Okay? During election, the PNP units are under the supervision and control of course, di ba? Letter B, COMELEC. Kasi nga, during election period. Okay, so that is the COMELEC. What do you call the document issued by the Chief PNP, okay? And or his duly authorized representative, okay, authorizing, giving authority, meaning, okay, to a person to engage in employing security guards or employing detectives or a juridical person. What's a juridical person? It's a company. Okay, a juridical person is an entity or a company. Okay, kumpanya yan, yung juridical person. To establish, engage, direct, manage, or operate an individual or a private detective agency or a private security agency or a company security force. Ano yung kailangan na papeles, sir? That is an LTO or the license to operate. If you want to engage in the private detective business, security business, okay, as a PSA or a company security force, you need to secure a license to operate or LTO. This is Israel's intelligence agency responsible for the gathering of intelligence and secret operations concerned with national security and counterterrorism. So para sa Israel, it is the Mossad. Okay, the Israeli Mossad. That is for the Israel. The Mossad is the most efficient, okay, pinakamagaling, the most efficient intelligence agency in the world. Okay? And then yung letter C mo, that's the KGB. Right? The KGB is for Russia. That is the most feared intelligence agency in the world. Pinakakinatatakutan. Right? And then you have the CIA. Okay, that is for the United States of America. The CIA is the largest, okay, intelligence agency in the world, pinakamalaki. And then the last one, 'di ba, ang NICA, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency ng Pilipinas. Yan naman yung cute pinaka-cute na intelligence agency sa buong mundo. Okay? So, wala naman talaga, 'di ba? So, may masabi na lang tayo. Biro mo, pinakamagaling, pinakakinatatakutan, pinakamalaki. Alangan nang papahuli tayo, 'di ba? So, yan yung pinaka-cute na intelligence agency sa buong mundo. Pangalan pa lang, 'di ba? Nika, 'di ba? Ang cute, right? A kind of, okay, retirement given, okay? A kind of retirement, okay, given to PNP uniform personnel upon reaching the age of, okay, 56 years old. Di ba? Pagka pinag-uusapan na natin, retirement, sir, ano yung sinabi ko na isulat ninyo? If it's retirement, sulat natin, di ba? C, O, and then E. Okay? Tapos lagyan natin ng equivalent. C for compulsory, O for optional, E for early. And then, what are the equivalent numbers? Para sa C, 56, para sa O, 20, and then para sa early, 10. Okay, so 56 compulsory retirement, 20 optional, and then 10 early. Pagkatapos itong dalawa na to, yung CO, that is 1 grade higher kapag nag-retire ka, yung early 2 grade higher kapag nag-retire ka. Okay? So dito sa 185 nakalagay, you have reached the age of 56. Ito yon. So what kind of retirement? Compulsory retirement. Okay? How many grades up? Pagka nag-retire ka na, 1 grade higher. Right? 186. Which of the following is the process of deciding in advance on what to do, how to do it, and who is going to perform it? Okay? That is what we call planning. Okay? Post-decorb to, letter P, planning. Sa LEA 5 nyo, police personnel and records management. Ano yung meron dito, sir? Okay, ang meron dito is deciding in advance, knowing something in advance. So that is planning. Right? Intelligence document describing the identity, the strength, the command structure, and the disposition of the enemy. Anong tawag dyan sa intel document na yan, sir? Letter B. That is what we call a order of battle intelligence. Or simply ORBAT. Ang tawag natin dyan sa military, they call it the ORBAT. Okay? An intel document telling them, okay, gaano karami yung kalaban, sino yung kalaban, yung mga leaders ng kalaban, at saka kung nasaan yung kalaban. That is what we call an ORBAT or the Order of Battle Intel. Okay? In the police organization, this is necessary for specialization. What is the functional unit that we are referring to? So tatalon ako ng konti ha. Ano to, sir? These are what we call the functional units. Kanina, ano yung sinulat natin, sir? Territorial units in patrol. Okay, excuse me. Ito ano to, sir? The functional units of the police organization. Okay? So, i-declare mo muna kung ano yung pinakamalaki at saka pinakamaliit para hindi ka mahirapan ng pagkakabisado mo. Dulo-dulo ka. Okay? So, sabi, functional unit, sir. May bureau, may division, may section, may unit. Okay, so ganito lang yan. Deklara mo muna kung ano yung pinakamalaki. So that is B-U-R-E-A-U, the bureau. Bakit? Kasi ang bureau, yan yung paghahati. Right? The largest. Okay? functional unit within a large department comprised of several divisions. So ito yung pinakamalaki. Hindi ka magkakamali na yung pinakamalaki pagka isang organisasyon na yung tinitingnan mo. Bakit, sir? Ba't hindi ako magkakamali? Kasi naka-tri-bureau tayo. Andun siya sa tuktok eh, di ba? Tri-bureau, PNP, BGMP, BFP. O, isipin mo pa ba na maliit yan? Na siya na ngayon nasa taas, di ba? Ang tinutukoy ng bureau is yung mismong nasa taas na, right? The BJMP is a bureau, the PNP is a bureau, okay, the Bureau of Fire is a bureau. So yan ay nasa taas. Therefore, siya na yung pinakamalaki. Okay, sa kanilang apat. Okay, so yan yung lalagay mo sa pinakataas. Okay, tapos meron tayong tinatawag na division, right? At saka meron tayong tinatawag na section. Okay, so kung dineklara mo na yung pinakamalaki, deklara mo na rin yung pinakamaliit. Okay, pagdating sa pinakamaliit, ako kasi ugali ko talaga magbilang ng letra eh. Okay? So yung pinakamaliit, agad-agad, that is your unit. Okay, pinakamaliit is the unit, right? So in terms of spelling, kung titingnan mo, 'di ba? Ang haba ang spelling nila, siya pinakamaliit. So siya ang smallest, okay, functional group within the organization. Kasi nga, siya yung pinakamaliit. So ang daling intindihin na siya yung smallest. Okay, ayan. Ngayon, dalawa na lang problema ko, sir. Division and section. Paano ko siya matatandaan? Katulad ng pananda natin sa district, ganun din ang division. Okay? A district is a geographical subdivision. District division. D-I-D-I, di ba? District division. A district is a geographical subdivision. Sabi ko kanina, ba sa territorial. Ganun din dito. A division is a primary subdivision of a bureau. Diba? Ando pa rin yung salitang subdivision, which includes the word division, DI. Okay? So dito, nakalagay pa rin yung salitang division. Okay? Ayan o, DI. Kanina, di ba, sa district, nakalagay pa rin yun. Halimbawa, o ayan, susulat ko, district, di ba, nakasulat pa rin yung subdivision. Subdivision ng anon district? Geographical subdivision of a large area or city. Ngayon, okay, subdivision of, right, a bureau. So, yung salitang division, okay, o subdivision, yan ang magiging guide mo para masagot kung sino ang hinahanap sa yung functional unit. Okay, kasi DI pa rin siya. Yung division is the subdivision of the bureau. Kasi nga, yung salitang division, pareho pa rin sila. Okay? Tapos yung pinakahuli naman, right, na hindi mo pa natatandaan is yung section. Kuha ko na yung pinakamalaki, sir. Kuha ko na yung pinakamaliit, sir. Kuha ko na rin yung division. Kailangan ko na lang is yung section. Paano ko yan tatandaan? Unang letra. Letter S. Okay, section. Right? A functional unit within a division that is necessary for specialization. So, si section, una, ang pananda mo dyan is yung letter S. Yan yung unit naman na in charge with or necessary, kailangan para magkaroon ng specialization. Okay, so letter S for letter S. Okay, specialization, section. Saan nagaganap ang specialization? Sa section. Saan merong division? Sa division. Ano yung pinakamalaki? Bureau. Ano yung pinakamaliit? Unit. Diba? Ganun lang kasimple. So, natatandaan mo na yung apat na yan. Okay? So, ito, largest. Diba? Pinakamalaki is the bureau. Isipin mo kagad, ano yung pinakamaliit? The unit. Okay? So, para dalawa na lang problema mo. Ano yung division? May term nga diba? Subdivision of the bureau. Division. O, division is the division. DI for DI. Saan na lang natitira? Section. Unang letra, letter S. Section, specialization. Sila naman yung magkatugma. Okay? So, ganyan mo siya dapat na tandaan. So, balik tayo dun sa question. In the police organization, this is necessary for specialization. Anong functional unit daw ito? Of course, letter C, section. Right? So, madali lang, di ba? All you have to make sure is nasusundan mo yung mga pananda para hindi ka malito. Okay? 189. Okay, what do you call the written schedule? Okay? What do you call the written schedule issued by a superior officer, usually the private security, okay, or agency, branch manager, or operations officer assigning the performance of private security or detective service duties? Okay, security, ang tawag dyan ay DDO, or the duty detail order. Okay, DDO. Okay, the duty detail order. This refers to the conglomeration of the different intelligence units or agencies in the country. So sino nagsama-sama, sir? Conglomeration of what? The different intel units. So anong tawag natin doon, sir? Intelligence community. We call it the intel community or the intelligence community. Okay? When a PNP personnel is given a rank or a work classification carrying a much higher responsibility and benefits, it means that the personnel is blank because his movement is vertical in nature. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Promoted. Why? Kasi malinaw dyan. Okay? Ang sabi dyan, you were given higher responsibility. So pataas. Okay? Given a rank or work classification carrying a much higher responsibility. So that means you are promoted. Okay? Usually one who is already close, okay, or one who has access to the target. What kind of agent is that, sir? That is a penetration agent. This agent is usually reliable. Mapagkakatiwalaan niya. Bakit? Nandun na nga siya eh. Okay? Paano mo nakilala, sir? Already close to the target or someone who already has access to the target. Nandun na siya. Penetration yon, di ba? Kapag nasa loob na, penetration yan. Kapag nasa labas, papasok pa lang, infiltration yon. Okay? Pero sabi rito, someone who is already close. Lapit na. O kaya, someone who has access. Nandun na siya. So that's penetration agent. Okay? What is the security maintained and operated by the government entity other than the military or the police, na naka-detail sa kanya, which is established and maintained for the purpose of securing the office or of such government entity. So that is what we call a government guard unit. Diba? Tatlo yung guards natin. PSAs, private security agencies, CSFs, company security forces, and then the last one, ayan, government guard units, mga government guards na bantay sa mga national at saka mga local government agencies. Okay, both national and even local government agencies. This serves as the Interpol supreme governing body and composed of delegates appointed by each member country. Anong tawag dyan, sir? We call that the General Assembly. Okay, take note, ang supreme governing body ng Interpol at saka ng United Nations pareho lang. Ano po yun, sir? The General Assembly. So, both the ICPO o the Interpol and the United Nations, ang supreme governing body niya pareho lang. Supreme governing body meaning yung deciding body niya pareho lang. And what is that, sir? It is the General Assembly. Okay, so magkapareho sila. The UN as well as the Interpol, okay, ang kanyang supreme governing body is the General Assembly. Magkapareho lang. Okay? A person who forsakes and betrays his own country for another country, again, defector. Okay? So may mga ulit kasi. Siguro yung mga pagkakataon na medyo, alam nyo na, inabot na ng pagod sa sir nyo. Pasensya na kayo. Okay? 196. Regional directors head the different regions in the Philippines. The NCRPO is one. Okay, tama yan. Okay, NCRPO, isa rin sa mga regions. And then, bawat region, ang head is the regional director. Okay? And under its command are the 5 districts headed naman by the district director. Okay, that is also true. Pagka pinag-uusapan natin NCRPO, you have to take note, okay, NCRPO versus the regular region. Okay? You have to take note, region 1 to 17, di ba? Halimbawa, yung regular region, okay, ano ang head, sir? A regional director. Dito sa regional director din ba? Yes, a regional director. Yung nga lang, pagbaba, iba na. Bakit, sir? Ang susunod sa regional director sa regular regions is a provincial director. Okay, provincial director. Dito sa NCRPO, hindi provincial director ang susunod. Ano, sir? A district director. Para sa kalaman nyo. Right? Doon tayo magkaiba. So, pagka NCRPO, pababa, hindi ito typical katulad ng mga regions. Kasi sa region, regional director, sunod, provincial director, pagkatapos sunod pa sa mga provincial director, yung mga tinatawag natin ng mga city at saka municipal COP. Pero dito sa amin, walang municipal COP. Ano lang, puro mga city COP kasi Metro Manila to. Okay? So, yan yung pinagkaiba natin ha. Pangalawa na pinagkaiba, rango. Okay? Normal, ang mga regional director, puro yan mga 1-star general. Pero ang NCRPO director, kahit pareho tayong regional director, 2-star general yan. Hindi tayo magkapareho ng rank requirement. Ang rank requirement sa mga regular regions, 1-star. Ang rank requirement sa NCRPO, kahit na regional director yan, is 2-star. Okay? So, pagbababa na yan, ang mga provincial director, bababa na isang rango, mga full-fledged colonel. Okay? Pero dito sa NCRPO, hindi ganon. Pagbaba na isang rango, ang mga district director, mga 1-star general, police brigadier general. Bakit, sir? Kasi 2 yung pagsisimulan ko ng pagbabawas. Sa'yo, isa lang. So, 1-star general minus 1, police. Okay, colonel, minus 1 ulit, police, lieutenant, colonel. Okay, pero sa NCRPO, dahil sa 2 tayo nag-start, minus 1. Okay, Brigadier General and District Director. Tapos sa mga city, COP namin is a full-fledged colonel. Okay? Sipin mo lang kung saan ka nagsimula bago bumaba. 2 at saka 1. Okay? Kaya meron tayong pinagkaiba. Okay? So anong sagot dito, sir? Police Director. Okay? 2-star General. Known as Napoleon's Eyes, he conducted counter-intel against spies who utilized deceit and blackmail to gain information. So sino po yan, sir? Siya si Karl Schulmeister. Yan ang kanang kamay ni Napoleon Bonaparte. Ang tawag sa kanya ay Napoleon's Eye. Mata siya ni Napoleon. Bakit siya tinarato na mata, sir? Kasi siya ang nagbantay sa mga spy ni Napoleon. Siya yung gumawa ng tinatawag na counter-intelligence at saka counter-espionage. Sino yan, sir? Si Karl Schulmeister. Okay, so yung dalawa na yon na nakadikit sa pangalan niya. Napoleon's Eyes, and then at the same time, siya yung nagpasimula ng tinatawag natin na counter-intelligence or counter-espionage. Okay, si Karl Schulmeister. Critical appraisal of an item of information to determine its PRA. Again, evaluation. Okay. What do you call the process of conducting an exhaustive physical examination and thorough inspection of all operation system and procedures of a facility? This is called security survey. Okay, it's called a security survey. Okay, yan yung karugtong ng isa pang question kanina. Fact-finding probe to determine the adequacies and deficiencies. It's also a security survey. Ito, ganun din. Okay, conducting of exhaustive physical examination to determine the operation system and procedures. That is still what we call a security survey. Okay, meron lang ako ipapaalala. Kapag ang ginamit ay fact-finding probe, okay, o kaya exhaustive physical examination to determine compliance, okay, ang sagot mo dapat security inspection. Uulitin ko ha. Kapag ang tinanong exhaustive physical examination, so same question, di ba? Exhaustive physical examination. Pero, okay, to determine compliance, yung salitang compliance ang guide. Okay, inspection yun. Tapos yung kanina, di ba? Fact-finding probe. Okay, to determine compliance, security inspection din yon. So, sir, yung inspection pa lang, guide niyan, to determine compliance. Yes. Okay? Kapag hindi to determine compliance, ano daw yung tawag dun sa fact-finding probe na yon? Ano daw yung tawag dun sa exhaustive physical examination na yon na hindi naman to determine compliance? Security survey. Pero kapag yung fact-finding probe at saka yung exhaustive physical examination, ginawa ko to determine compliance, it is a security inspection. Right? Another term used to refer to intelligence, which means to protect your own intelligence information from attacks. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Counterintelligence, letter D. Okay, counterintelligence, letter D. Okay, police officers, right? Police officers with the rank of police inspector up to the rank of police general, okay, or director general are called police commission officers. Right? So, mula PO1 hanggang SPO4. PO1 to SPO4. Sino yan, sir? PO1 to SPO4. Okay, those are what we call, okay, police non-commissioned officers. PNCOs. Okay? Tapos, yung police inspector pataas. anong tawag natin sa kanila, sir? Police Commissioned Officers. Okay? In terms of appointment of personnel, the appointment of police inspectors to police superintendent is given by whom? So, sino to, sir? Si Chief PNP. Diba? Pagdating sa appointment, sino yan, sir? Si Chief PNP. Right? Bakit, sir? Police inspector. So, baba tayo. PO12, SPO4 muna. Pagkatapos, police inspector. Sorry. Okay, inspector 2, police. Okay, superintendent. Hindi pa siya full-fledged. Okay, superintendent. Tapos magpo-full-fledged siya, police, senior superintendent. Okay, up to the rank of police director general. So hanggang sa pinakataas na. Okay, so dito sa baba, sino yan, sir? Mga regional directors yan. Okay, dito sa pangalawa, si chief, PNP. And then dito sa pangatlo, sir, sino? Si president. Okay, ganyan yung appointing authority natin. Pag pumalo na ng full-fledged colonel ang rango, kahit na saang line of service pa yan, basta ang katumbas na narango niyan is colonel, full-fledged, laging presidente na ang mag-a-appoint niyan, pataas. Okay, tandaan. Halimbawa, sir, paano kung Coast Guard? Ganun pa rin. Paano kung Army? Ganun pa rin. Basta pumalo na ng full-fledged colonel ang rango, it is the president. Okay, na mag-a-appoint niya. Kahit sa sa reserve forces, 'di ba? Meron tayong reserve army, reserve navy, ganyan. Ganun pa rin. Ang president pa rin ang mag-a-approve noon. Okay? Ngayon, pagka PO1 to SPO4, it's the regional director. And then kapag ka police inspector to police superintendent, it is the chief, okay, PNP. Right? An additional overhang of barbed wire placed on vertical perimeter fences. So, ano yung perimeter fences natin, sir? Yung bakod. Okay, doon daw yung nakakabit. Okay, vertical perimeter fences. Facing upward and outward with a 45-degree angle using 3 to 4 strands, okay, of barbed wires. Okay, so ano daw tawag dyan, sir? That is what we call, okay, a top guard. Okay, so yun yung tawag natin sa kanya. We call that the top guard, right? An additional overhang of barbed wire, okay? Based on the perimeter fences facing upward and outward on a 45-degree angle. Ang tawag dyan ay top guard. Dati, favorite na palabasin sa exams yan eh. Yung top guard na yan, pero ngayon hindi na masyado. Okay? But before, okay, isa yan sa mga laging lumalabas. Top guard. The right to command and control the behavior of employees in lower, okay, positions within an organizational hierarchy is called what, sir? Yung right mo daw to command and to control them, it is your authority. Okay? We are talking about your authority. The right to command and control the behavior of employees. Okay? That is your authority. Uniformed personnel, okay, of the PNP shall be entitled to a longevity pay of how many % of their basic monthly salary for every 5 years of service? Ilan daw, sir? You'll be entitled for 10%. Okay, so kada 5 years, you are entitled to 10%. Up to a maximum of what, sir? Okay, up to a maximum of 50%. Okay, so you are entitled, okay, for 10% for every 5 years, up to a maximum of 50%. Okay, para sa longevity pay. Okay? The doctrine that imposes commensurate accountability to one who is vested with management and leadership functions. So, na-discuss na natin kanina to, sir. What is that, sir? That is the doctrine of command responsibility. Okay, letter B. What do you call the process of inquiry, okay, into the character, okay, reputation, discretion, integrity, morals, and loyalty of an individual to determine his suitability for appointment or access to classified matters? So ito, I need to discuss a few things. Okay, so makinig tayo. Okay, so kanina, sabi natin, di ba, physical security talks about what, sir? The physical measures. Right? So ito ang pinag-uusapan na natin dito, sir, is yung tinatawag natin na personnel security. Okay? Personnel security. Yun yung pinag-uusapan dito. Kapag personnel security ang pinag-uusapan, sir, it is involved with what, sir? Ang personnel security is involved with what we call background checking. Okay? Background checking. Yan ang trabaho natin sa personnel security. Kapag na-set up mo na ang physical security mo, first line, second line, third line of defense. Okay na sir, meron na akong first, second, at saka third line of defense. Tapos na physical security. Next thing na dapat mong gawin is set up yung personnel security. Ano ibig sabihin? Mag-conduct ka ng background checking sa mga tao mo. Okay? Now, meron tayong dalawang uri ng background checking, okay, under personnel security. Ano yun, sir? Yung mataas na uri. Okay? So, background checking, yung mataas na uri is what we call the PSI, okay, or the Personnel Security Investigation. Right? And then, yung pangalawa, yung mas mababang uri, yun yung tinatawag natin na BI or Background Investigation. Yan yung dalawang uri ng background checking. Okay? PSI, mataas, at saka BI, yung mas mababa. Okay? Pagka sinabi natin na PSI, bakit kita bibigyan ng mataas na uri ng background checking? Kasi, okay, kaya PSI ang pagdadaanan mo, you will have access or you will be appointed. Okay? You will have access or you will be appointed to a position where you will have access to what, sir? Classified matter. You will have access or you'll be appointed to classified matter. May mahahawakan kang classified information eh. Kaya kailangan mataas na uri ng background checking ang gagawin sa'yo. And that is PSI. Okay? Ano yung mga classified matter na yan, sir? Secret documents, top secret documents, di ba? Makikita mo yon, maririnig mo yon, magkaka-access ka sa mga bagay na yon. So, hindi pwedeng normal na background checking lang yung mataas. That is PSI. Okay? Bakit siya mataas, sir? Tingnan mo. Yung inquiry na gagawin, yung checking na gagawin, bumbuhay mo. Your character, your reputation, discretion, meaning yung mga decisions mo, integrity, meaning yung honesty mo, morals, right? Yung kakayanan mo to check what is right and what is wrong, and loyalty, okay, of an individual. Okay? Ano yan? Tawag dito, mabusisi. Okay? Na uri ng pag-check. Actually, okay, pagka sinabi natin PSI, what's gonna happen is, i-check lahat ng local agencies, magkakaroon ng tinatawag na local agency check. Lahat ng local agencies, doon sa dineklara mo, okay, na mga tinirhan mo, kung saan ka pinanganak, okay, saan yung mga bahay na pinuntahan mo, lahat yun i-check. Pag sinabi natin na local agencies, barangay, prosecutor, local police, 'di ba? Local institutions such as yung school na pinag-graduatean mo, mga kumpanyang pinagtrabahuhan mo, lahat 'yan i-check. Eh hindi lang 'yun, sir, hindi lang local, pati national agencies i-check din. Kaya magkakaroon ng tinatawag na local agency check at saka tinatawag na national agency check. Lahat ng national agencies, the Bureau of Immigration, the COMELEC, the SSS, the GSIS, the NBI, the PNP, okay? I-check yan for your records. Okay? So, ganun siya kamabusisi because you'll have access to classified matter. Okay? Eh, sir, puta, nag-a-apply lang naman ako bilang ano eh, di ba? Accountant, bilang cashier, di ba? Bilang ordinaryo mamamayan lang ng Pilipinas. Di naman ako magiging Secretary of National Defense or Executive Secretary ni Presidente. Wala naman ako maririnig na classified matter, sir. Yan pa ba pagdadaanan ko? Hindi. Dito ka sa baba. Okay? So ito, anong trabaho, sir? You'll have access to classified matter. Dito, okay, usual employment lang. Okay? So if it's just usual employment, naghahanap ka ng trabaho na normal lang, whether public or private company, ang gagawin sa'yo, i-BBI ka lang. Background investigation. So syempre, pag background investigation, only certain circumstances ng buhay mo lang ang i-check. Hindi yung kabubuan na ng buhay mo. Okay? Katulad dito sa PSI. Right? So, ang mangyayari na lang is meron tayong tinatawag na complete background investigation at saka partial background investigation. Okay? So, usually, ginagawa natin ang complete background investigation if yung employment mo, di ba, yung trabaho mo would be in law enforcement. Okay? Ayan. Pero kung yung trabaho mo naman, okay, yung employment mo, hindi naman sa local sa law enforcement. Okay, hindi siya law enforcement. Ano lang siya, sir? Normal na trabaho lang talaga. Right? Halimbawa, private or public company, okay, pwedeng private, okay, or public, okay, na company, pero usual lang na employment. Ano lang ba yung trabaho mo ron? Hindi naman Wala namang kinalaman sa law enforcement per se. Okay? So ano lang gagawin sa'yo, sir? PBI. Ano yung PBI? Partial Background Investigation. Ba, nag-apply ka sa isang kumpanya, di ba? Bilang isa sa mga supervisor or manager, private company yon, di naman law enforcement, so partial lang. Paano partial lang? Hindi naman na sila pupunta pa sa bahay mo, o kung ano man. Ang gagawin lang, pagpapasahin ka lang ng dokumento. Sabi mo, tigarong ka, di ba? O pasa ka ng barangay clearance. Sabi mo, wala kang kaso, di ba? Pasa ka lang ng NBI clearance. Sabi mo, graduate ka ng accountancy, o pasa ka lang ng diploma. Ganun lang siya. Yun yung partial background investigation. Hindi katulad ng complete, magkakaroon talaga ng background check dun sa lugar mo. Pupunta talaga yung intel units doon to check kung nagsasabi ka ng totoo. And if you have any involvement in criminal activities, ganyan, sa lugar mo. Right? So ito yung tinatawag natin na personal security or background checking. PSI versus BI. So dito sa 207, anong sagot natin, sir? Letter D. Personnel security investigation. Kasi sabi dyan, to determine your suitability or appointment or access to classified matter. Ayan. 208. Tumatawag si Aquino. Aquino, sasagutin ko. Sige na. Nakakaya naman, di sinasagot yung tawag mo eh. Ayan. Kamusta? Mabuti naman. So, if a record is classified as permanent type of record, then it means that it should be kept for how many number of years? Buburahin ko na to ha. Ano naman yung susunod na yan, sir? Yan yung tinatawag natin na document classification based on the retention period. Retention period, ibig sabihin gaano katagal siyang itatabi. So pagka-classification based on the retention period, meron tayong tatlo. Ano yun, sir? Temporary, semi-permanent, at saka permanent type of records. So nakabase yan sa number of years. If it's considered as a permanent, dapat itabi yan for a minimum of 10 years and then above. Pinakakonte 10 and then pataas na. Kapag ka semi-permanent yan, dapat itabi mo yan minimum of 5 years, and then up to 9 years. Hanggang 9 years lang kasi pag pumanik ng 10, magiging permanent, di ba? And then for temporary, minimum of 1 year up to 4 years. Ayan. So, yan yung tinatawag na document classification according to the retention period. Gaano katagal natin siyang itatabi. So if it's gonna be for 1 year to 4 years, temporary yan. If it's from 5 years to 9 years, it's semi-permanent. And if it is for 10 years and above, it is called a permanent document. Bawa ikaw, di ba, papasa ka ng dokumento mo sa pagkapulis, sa folder yun, di ba? Permanent document yung patay ka na, nandoon pa rin yun, nakatabi. It will be kept for more than 10 years. Next, this law extended for 5 years the reglementary period for complying with the minimum educational qualification for appointment to the PNP, that is RA 9708. Although wala na yan, hindi naman na gumagana yan. Kasi after 1998, wala naman ng pulis, di ba, na naging pulis nang hindi naman nakatapos ng college or walang eligibility. Kasi as per 8551, nakaset up na, di ba, yung qualification natin. And that is having a baccalaureate degree, and having, right, a eligibility. So for board exam purposes na lang ang 9708 actually. Kasi hindi naman na siya gumagana. This pertains to the number of persons and individuals that can supervise effectively. Huwag niyong pansinin, parang mali yung tanong, sir, parang hindi maganda yung pagkakasulat. Ganyan talaga sa board exams. Kung minsan merong mga parang typo error, di ba? Alam mo yun, parang hindi tama yung grammar, it's okay. Ang gusto malaman ng ating mga examiners is, naiintindihan mo ba yung essence or yung substance ng tanong, yung kung ano yung hinihingi ko sa'yo, naiintindihan mo ba? Right? So, ang hinahanap dito, sir, is yung tinatawag natin na span of control. Bakit span of control, sir? The number of persons that you can effectively supervise. That is what we call span, of control. It pertains to the number of persons that you can effectively supervise. Okay, span of control. One of the functions of management daw, sir, post the corp, right? Functions of management is post the corp. Okay, so alin do sa post the corp, sir? Determination in advance of how objectives of the organization, okay, will be attained. So that is planning. Planning, okay, as part of the management function is the one concerned with determining in advance the things, okay, that we need to do, how we're gonna do it, and who are gonna do it, and also planning for the possible problems na may encounter. Basically, you know, determining something in advance, thinking ahead of time. Yun lang ang ibig sabihin nun. Right? That is what planning is. The prescribed ratio of firearm, okay, to security guard that a PSA, ano yung PSA? Private Security Agency must adhere to. Okay, ano yan, sir? 1:2. Okay, so dapat sumunod siya dyan. 1, okay, is to 2. 1 firearm for every 2 security guard. Yan yung ratio natin. Diba? Baril to ha, baril. Yung totoong baril niya, okay, 1:2. Kasi yung kanina, bala yun. Okay, ano yung bala natin, sir? Diba? Yung 50 rounds per firearm at saka 25 rounds per security guard. Ito yung baril na to. 1 firearm for every 2 security guards. Okay, 1:2, letter B. What's an examination, okay, taken by in-service police officers as part of their mandatory requirements for promotion? So that is letter B. Ano yan, sir? Police promotional exam. Okay, para sa in-service. Paano naman, sir, yung para sa mga applicants? Okay, that is letter A. Police entrance exam. Okay, kung entrance exam para sa mga applicants, okay, and then para sa in-service, okay, as part of the mandatory requirements for promotion, it's called the promotional exam. Okay, yung PROMEX kung tawagin natin. When you become a part of a separate unit having clear objectives and specific tasks, like the EOD and SAF, okay, anong tawag doon na principle, sir? Specialization. Diba? SAF, okay, EOD, K9, right? Specialization yan. The task of providing competent men, okay, to do the job and choosing the right men for the right job, it involves good selection and processing of reliable and well-trained personnel. Okay? Ano rin to? Post-decorp pa rin to, management functions, okay, ng pagpili ng mga competent na mga tao, okay, or empleyado. Anong parte ng post-decorp yan, sir? May kinalaman sa hiring ng tao? Staffing. Okay, letter D, staffing. Okay? The law that regulates, okay, the operation and supervision of security in private detective agencies in the Philippines prohibits an agreement of merger with any person or group of persons for the purpose of organizing a branch, unit, or subsidiary, okay, under separate control and ownership. This refers to what? Ang tawag dyan ay letter C, kabit system. Okay? The Philippines prohibits, bawal yan. Ipinagbabawal yung ganyang sistema. Anong ginagawa ng mga security agency dyan, sir? Kunyari, nagme-merge, pero wag ka magkaiba pa rin yung pangalan para lang makatipid. Okay, bakit? Isang lisensya lang yung gagamitin natin, di ba? Kunyari, connecta ako sa'yo, pero akin pa rin yun. Okay, sa'yo pa rin yan. So, bawal yun. Dapat, kanya-kanya tayo ng lisensya. Okay? So, yung sinasabi natin na yan, na prohibition ng 5487 sa ganung pamamaraan, is called what we call the kabit system. Bawal yung nakikikabit ka, 'di ba? Diyan sa ibang may lisensya. Okay? So, it's not allowed. Lalo sa security, bawal lang may kabit. Maliit sweldo nyo, hindi nyo kaya. Bawal. Sa police, pwede. Joke lang. Okay, 217. Anong question to, sir? Okay, that is what we call the total permanent physical disability or TPPD. Okay, so ano sabi? It refers to the, pinaliwanag niya kung ano yung TPPD muna, di ba? Ito daw yung impairment of the body which renders you, okay, as a member, indefinitely incapable. Hindi mo na kayang magsilbi bilang isang pulis. Okay, indefinitely incapable of substantially performing the mandated duties and functions of your position as a police officer. Pero ang tanong is, Kapag nangyari daw yun sa'yo, how many % of your salary will be given to you as a pension? Kasi papalisin ka na sa serbisyo, hindi mo na kaya magsilbi, di ba? Nadisgrasya ka naman in the line of service. Bibigyan ka ng 80% of your last salary as your lifetime pension. Totoo yan. Okay? That's gonna be 80% of your salary. Okay? Kasi nadisgrasya ka in the line of service. Next. In Japan, actual police functions are performed by the prefectural law enforcement. Sa Pilipinas, ang katumbas ng prefectural law enforcement na yan, okay, yung mga provincial office natin. Okay? Sa kanila, prefectural police, sa atin, provincial police yun. Di ba? Provincial level. Okay, so these prefects are under the control of the NPA. Ganun din sa atin, mga provincial, under the control pa rin yan ng PNP, di ba? Pero ang tanong dito, the NPA is headed by the, sino ang pinakamataas sa kanila? The Commissioner General. Okay, yan ang highest position sa kanila sa police. Commissioner General. Right? And by the way, di ba, lagi ko sinasabi to sa mga bata eh, kapag naligaw na kayo, wala na kayong choice pagka highest, ang sagot nyo, commissioner. Bakit, sir? Kasi pinakamaraming gumagamit na bansa commissioner. So kung maaabot ka sa punto na kailangan mo manghula, wala ka nang maisagot, commissioner ka na kung highest. Okay? Mas mataas yung chance na tama ka kaysa mali. Okay? Tapos pagka pinakamababa naman, wala ka na ring maisagot, ang isagot mo constable. Bakit, sir? Kasi nga, ganoon din yun. Okay? Mas mataas yung chance na makuha mo yung tamang sagot sa constable. Kung pinakamababa, kung pinakamataas, commissioner. Huwag niyo sasagot yan pag alam niyo yung tamang sagot o kaya niyo pa. Gagamitin niyo lang yon pag wala na talaga kayong maisip na tamang sagot. Highest, commissioner, lowest, constable. Okay? What's the maximum tenure in possession of the chief PNP? That is for 4 years. Naalala niyo, tinuro to sa inyo sa college, di ba? Ano to, sir? Maximum tenure in possession. Attrition by maximum tenure in possession. Ano yung guide, sir? 4, 6, and 9, di ba? Yun yung guide natin. 4 para kay Chief PNP, okay? 6 para sa mga regional directors, and then 9 para sa mga provincial at saka sa mga city directors. Di ba? 4, 6, and then 9. Ano yan, sir? Attrition by maximum tenure in possession. Okay? 4, 6, 9. Ano yung 4? Kay Chief PNP. Ano yung 6? Sa mga regional directors. And then ano yung 9? Sa mga provincial directors at saka sa mga city or municipal directors. Okay? Promotion granted to police officers who have exhibited, okay, acts of conspicuous courage and gallantry at the risk of your life above and beyond the call of duty. Obviously, okay? Letter C, meritorious promotion. Okay? Meritorious promotion. What do you call the mechanical, electrical, or hydraulic device designed to prevent unauthorized entry? It's called a lock. Okay, letter A. It's called a lock. Pero pag ang tanong is, what do you call, di ba? The portable and detachable mechanical, electrical, or hydraulic device designed to prevent unauthorized entry? The answer is letter B, padlock. Okay, bakit? Ano ba yung pad sa lock? PAD. Portable and detachable. Kaya kapag ka nandoon yung salitang PAD, portable and detachable, siyempre mapalit ka rin ang sagot mo. Letter B ka, padlock. Pero katulad niyan, what do you call the mechanical, electrical? Wala naman eh, di ba? Walang portable and detachable. The answer is only letter A, lock. Okay? The process of attracting candidates, okay, who have minimum qualifications to be eligible for selection procedure, it is the process of searching the candidates for employment and stimulating them to apply for jobs in the organization. Eh, ano yan, sir? Attracting, di ba? Ipinakisuyo ko sa inyo yan. Sabi ko sa inyo, tandaan nyo kasi may chance yan kasama selection, di ba? Labas yan. So, ano yung sa, sir? Selection. Ano yung palatandaan? Undesirable. Dito naman, recruitment. Ano yung palatandaan, sir? Encouraging or attracting candidates to apply. Okay? That is recruitment. So, that is letter C. Okay? Recruitment. Under Section 40 of RA 6975, an officer or a non-officer may retire, okay, provided he has rendered a required number of satisfactory service within the approval of the NAPOLCOM. So number 1, magre-retire tayo. So kung magre-retire tayo, okay, meron niyang certain number of years para payagan. Ano yon, sir? 20. Okay? So 20 years. O, saan nakakonekta yung 20 no sinulat natin sa COE? Sa letter O, 'di ba? C 56, O 20, E 10. So nasa ng 20, nasa O. So anong uri ng retirement to, sir? Optional retirement. Letter C. Okay, so lumalabas, ano yung required number of satisfactory service na yun, sir? 20. Kanino si 20? Kay optional. Right? So letter C, optional retirement. Ito, yung tanong na pinapareserve ko sa inyo, di ba? The process of screening out or eliminating undesirable applicants who do not meet the organization's criteria. So, ano tawag dyan, sir? Selection. Right? Selection. Undesirable applicants. Okay? So, that is selection. Warning signs conspicuously placed in large areas where protective walls or fences, okay, are impractical. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Okay? So sa security, meron tayong tinatawag na warning signs at saka control signs. So ito yon, okay? Meron tayong tinatawag na warning, okay, signs. Okay? At saka control signs. Ayan. Pag sinabi natin na warning signs, para saan yan, sir? Para sa large areas, malalawak na lugar. Pag sinabi natin control signs, para sa small areas. Okay, alam mo, large area, halimbawa palayan. Okay, ito naman, small area, halimbawa opisina. Okay, so anong tawag dyan, sir, sa mga warning signs na yan? Sa security, yan yung tinatawag na protection in depth. Okay, yan yung tawag dyan. Tapos, ang control signs naman, para sa small area, sa security, ang tawag dyan ay, okay, signs and notices. Okay, ito naman yung tinatawag na signs. Okay, ulitin ko. And notices. Example. Okay, ang sabi ko, di ba, small area, signs and notices. Authorized personnel only. No ID, no entry. Di ba, ganyan. Tapos dito naman sa taas, warning signs sa malalaking area. No trespassing, di ba? Private property. Ganon. Yun yung tinatawag na protection in depth. Okay, katulad yan. Oh, sabi dyan, large areas, di ba? So that is protection in depth or warning signs. Right? The process shall determine your reputation and any possible involvement in questionable activities or criminal activities. Again, letter C. Background, okay, investigation. Character and background investigation. Okay? Two to 7. Any PNP member designated to any key position whose rank is lower than which is required for such position after 6 months of occupying the same will be entitled to promotion. Anong uri yan, sir? That is promotion by virtue of position. Yan yung sinasabi ko kanina, di ba? Noong nag-discuss tayo ng promotion. So that's promotion by virtue of position. Okay, 227. The number of years required, okay, for a police officer to hold a certain rank before you can be promoted to the next higher rank. Ang tawag doon, sir? Time in grade. Okay, yan yung kailangan na magpahinog ka muna bago ka promote to the next higher rank. Okay, we call that the time in grade. What is referred to as the signaling system of an alarm system? So, meron siyang tatlong part. Okay? Ano yung tatlong part na yan? Ang alarm may 3 basic parts. 3 basic parts. Okay? Upon alarm. 3 basic parts ng isang alarm. Okay? Number 1 is yung tinatawag natin na sensor or the triggering device. Okay? Yung bagay na dapat matapakan, yung bagay na dapat na maputol, yung bagay na dapat na matabig, yung bagay na dapat na maalog para ma-activate yung alarm. Yun yung tinatawag natin na sensor or the triggering device. Okay, 'di ba sa mga pelikula, laser 'yan na kapag nadaanan, na-activate yung alarm. Yun yung tinatawag na sensor or the triggering device. Number 2, yung daraanan ng mensahe na merong alarm, 'di ba? Anong tawag doon, sir? The circuits. Okay, or the wiring. And then number 3, yung mismong mag-a-alarm. Ano yung mag-a-alarm? Yung tutunog at saka iilaw. Anong tawag doon, sir? Yun yung tinatawag natin na signaling device. Signaling device. Okay, or also known as, ito rin yung tawag sa kanya, okay, also known as the annunciator. Ayan, the one which will announce, okay, na may alarm. Okay, yung magsasabi na may alarm. So, ang tanong is, what is referred to as the signaling system of the alarm? So, alin daw dyan ang signaling system? Okay, yung annunciator. Okay, the annunciator. The PNP member who has been retired from the service is entitled to a monthly retirement pay of how many percent of his or her base pay? 50%. Okay, so pag nag-retire na yan, immediately, gaano kataas daw yung percentage na entitled siya to become part of his pension or retirement pay? 50%. Ilan, sir? It is 50%. Okay, that is 50%. This is possible in the PNP personnel or if the PNP personnel have already rendered at least 10 years of continuous service, you're not scheduled for separation or retirement, you have no pending admin or criminal case, and you have 3 more years remaining in the service before you reach the compulsory retirement age. Anong tawag natin dyan, sir? Early retirement. Bakit, sir? Ayun, nakalagay 10. Diba may palatandaan tayo? Compulsory, 56. Right? Optional, 20. And then, yung huli is early, 10. Diba? Ayan, no, at least 10 years. So, that is early retirement. Letter D. The PNP entrance and promotional exams are given by what government agency, sir? It is given by the National Police Commission or the NAPOL. What type of planning is appropriate for police agencies based on a problem-oriented approach? Okay, so ano daw na uri ng planning? Okay, ang gamit ng mga police agencies. Kahit hindi ko na masabi o mababasa yung problem-oriented approach, alam ko na kung ano to kasi 'di ba, ang synoptic planning is the most preferred by law enforcement agencies. Ayan no, police agencies. So that is synoptic planning. Pangalawa, binanggit ko rin kanina na ang synoptic planning is a problem-oriented planning approach. So, yan yung talagang tamang sagot natin, sir. Synoptic planning. What is a key to a single lock within a master keyed system? Ano daw ang key to a single lock within a master keyed system? Okay, so kapag ka change key, CK, anong kaya niyang buksan, sir? Single lock. Right? Ngayon, kapag ka letter B, sub-master key, SMK, anong kaya niyang buksan, sir? A group of locks. Okay? Ngayon, kapag ka master key yan, MK, it is or it can open a series of locks. Right? And then lastly, meron kang grand master key. Anong kaya niyang buksan, sir? Everything in the system. Everything. Okay? In the master keyed system. Okay, in the master key system. So single lock, group of locks, series of locks, and then everything or every lock in the master key system kayang buksan ng grand master key. That is your guide. Okay, change key, single, submaster key, group, master key, series, and then the grand master key, everything. Okay, in the master keyed system. Right? The UN is an intergovernmental organization to promote international cooperation. That's true. It was established after World War II to prevent another war. Question is, where is the HQ of UN currently located? Manhattan, New York. Okay, so kapag pinag-uusapan natin, sir, Interpol, Lyon, France. Pag pinag-uusapan UN, Manhattan, New York. Separation from the PNP upon accumulation of at least 20 years of active service. Anong tawag doon, sir? Optional. Di ba may guide? COE, 56, 20, 10. Nasaan to, sir? 20. So that is O. Optional retirement. Who is known as the father of modern policing in the United States of America? In the United States of America, sir. Okay? Sino yan, sir? Si August Vollmer. Okay? In the United States of America, it is August Vollmer. Pero pag binaklas yung salitang United States of America, tinanong kayo ng diretso lang, who is known as the father of modern policing? Walang lugar na binanggit? Kay Sir Robert Peel ka. Okay, letter A. Sir Robert Peel. Only, okay, kapag sasagot ka lang ng August Vollmer, only if diniklara kung saang lugar. And specifically, it must be in the United States of California. So it is in California, in the United States of America. Bakit, sir? Kasi si August Vollmer, siya yung naging Chief of Police ng Berkeley, California. And then what he did is nag-incorporate siya ng mga pagbabago. Like for example, sabi niya gumamit na sila, 'di ba, ng polygraphy, fingerprinting, ganyan, mga ballistics, yung crime lab. Siya rin na nagsabi na magkaroon na ng civil service exam ang mga pulis nila, okay, magkaroon na ng educational qualifications. So siya yung nagdulot ng pagbabago sa policing system ng Amerika. Kaya siya kinikilalang father of modern policing in the United States of America, si August Vollmer. Pero kung aalisin natin ng lugar, mananatili pa rin na father of modern policing si Sir Robert Peel. Okay, siya pa rin po iyon. Okay? 238. Okay? What is this test to determine whether or not the police applicant is in good health and you are free from any contagious disease? Okay, so it's done by the health services under the supervision of the PNP medical officer and a NAPOLCOM representative. That is your complete physical, okay, medical, and dental exam. O dito sa choices natin, letter B, complete physical and medical exam. Okay? Medium or structure which defines the physical limits of an area or installation. Kanina, kinuwento ko na sa inyo yan. Di ba kung ano yan? That is what we call a perimeter barrier. Okay? If it's just barrier, restrict, delay, deter. Okay? Pero para rito, okay, meron siyang nakalagay na physical limits of the area. It defines the physical limits. So that is perimeter barrier. Okay? We call that the perimeter barrier. The managerial activities involved with respect to the record creation, record maintenance, record use, record transmission, retention, and records disposition in order to achieve adequate and proper documentation of policies, transactions of government for its efficient, effective, and economical operations. So definitely, sir, hindi to personnel management, hindi rin personnel administration. Kasi nga, nakalagay is puro record. So dalawa lang pagpipilian ko, record management or record administration. Okay? So alin ang pipiliin ko, sir? Record management. Bakit? Tinulungan ka na nung tanong eh. Sabi, the managerial activities. So tinulungan ka na ng tanong para masagot mo siya na may kinalaman sa record creation. So that is letter A, record management. Okay? 241. What do you call a practical and inexpensive alarm system locally installed and immediately sounds an audio or visual alarm? Anong tawag po natin dyan, sir? Local alarm system. A practical and inexpensive, di ba? Simpleng uri ng alarm system. Okay, locally installed, ibig sabihin, kinakabit natin doon sa bagay na gusto nating proteksyonan, and then it immediately sounds an audio or visual alarm once na ma-trigger yung alarm na yan. So that is what we call a local alarm system. Okay, this test shall determine whether or not the applicant possesses the required coordination, strength, and speed of movement necessary in the police service. What kind of test is that, sir? The physical agility test. Yan ang tawag dyan. Okay, physical agility test. The PNP personnel is dismissed from the service after rendering at least 20 years of active service. You shall be considered what? Will you be considered retired, separated, resigned, or attrited? So may guide tayo, di ba? Kapag ka at least 20, okay, pumasok ka ng at least 20, right? Anong tawag sa'yo, sir? At least Okay, 20 years inabot mo. Okay, you are retired. Tandaan mo yan. Okay, kasi pumasok ka ng 20 years. Okay? Ngayon, pag hindi ka pumasok, less than, okay, 20 years, hindi ka umabot, less than, you will be separated from the service. Separated. Okay? From the service. So, ang guide mo is yung 20 talaga. At least 20, saktong 20, di ba? Pumasok ka, more than 20 or saktong 20, that is still retired. Pero if it's less than 20, you will be separated from the service. So, dito ano to, sir? At least 20. So, that is retired. Okay? Yun ang abutin mo. Letter A. The color of folder for non-uniform personnel or NUPs following the PNP personnel file, sir. What's the color of the folder? Okay, kung ikaw daw ay green, that is non-uniform personnel, it is green. Bakit, sir? Kasi ang PPF may color coding. Ano yung PPF, sir? Police personnel file. Okay, tatlo lang ang kulay na available dyan. That is red, that is blue, okay, at saka green. So, matuto ka lang magbilang ng letra, right? 1, 2, 3. So, ibabigay mo yan sa PCO. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ibibigay mo yan sa PNCO. And then yung green, yan yung gamit ng NUP. Kahit hindi sila tugma, huwag mo nang problemahin. Okay? Wala naman ng ibang pagpipilian. Okay? So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tapos sila yung dalawang magkasama. Okay? So, red para sa PCO, blue para sa PNCO, green para sa NUP. Okay? So, ganyan yan. Sap ng kain ni Raymond. To, kain na kain, no? Estimada. Nahiya. Right? The color of folder for non-uniform personnel or NUPs following the PNP personnel file or PPF. Again, okay, what color is that, sir? Green. Okay, NUP. 245, security involving the background checks of individuals commensurate with the security requirements of their work. So, anong security yan, sir, sa tatlo? That is personnel security. Diba? So, kanina, physical security for the physical measures. And then you have personal security with the background checking. So, ito, nakalagay dyan. Involving the background checks of individuals. Okay, so that is personnel security. Okay, what do you call the process that determines your reputation and possible involvement in any questionable or criminal activities? Okay, that is letter C, character and background investigation. The United Nations uses the following languages in its intergovernmental meetings and documents except, okay, ano daw yun, sir? Okay, madaling sagutin niya kung alam mo kung ano yung kasama. Okay, pero kung hindi mo alam kung ano yung kasama, you cannot choose the except. So, unang tanong is, how many ba? Okay, if it's the United Nations, UN, they have a total of 6 official languages. So, 6 yan. Right? So, para tandaan mo tong kwentong ito, ha? So, ano yung 6 na official languages, sir, ng United Nations? Tandaan mo yung kwento, ha? 3 friends in a car. Okay, so may 3 magkakaibigan inside a car. Right? 3 friends in a car. Okay, so may 3 magkakaibigan in a car. Okay, wanted to buy Spanish bread. Gusto nilang bumili ng Spanish bread. Okay? Gusto nilang bumili ng Spanish bread. Ano pa, sir? At saka ng French fries. Ayan. So may 3 magkakaibigan, sumakay ng kotse para bumili ng Spanish bread at saka ng French fries. Kaso, bandang huli, wala nabili. Bakit, sir? Kasi walang marunong mag-English. Ayan. So, yan yung 6 official languages ng United Nations. Okay? Kala ko ba 6, sir? 3 lang yan. 1, 2, and 3. Nasaan yung 3? Nakasakay dun sa kotse. Ayun, no, 3. Okay? So, ano yung 3 na yan, sir? Letter C stands for Chinese. Letter A stands for Arabic and R for Russian. So, ano yung CAR, sir? That is Chinese. Okay? This is Arabic. And this is Russian. Ayan. So, yan yung 6. Okay? Na official languages. 1, 2, 3, and then Chinese, Arabic, and Russian. So, with that, okay, maintindihan mo, ay, may 3 magkakaibigan. Spanish bread, French fries, di marunong mag-English. Siyempre, Chinese, Arabic, Russian. May marunong ba mag-English dyan? Di ba? Wala. Right? So, yan yung 6. So, kung alam mo yung 6, madali mo masasagot kung sino yung except. Sino yung except natin dyan, sir? That is your British. Hindi siya kasali. Okay? Hindi siya kasali. Kasi nga, wala siya dun sa kwento eh. Okay? Epals ka lang dun sa kwento. Right? 248. The victim should shout for help as agreed upon, okay? And all the males within the vicinity are to render, okay? Magbibigay ng tulong, render help for the victim and run after the perpetrator. Anong tawag dyan, sir? You and cry system. You, okay, and cry. Okay? So, get attention by means of yung cry dyan, hindi cry na umiyak. Okay? Ibig sabihin dyan yung sumigaw ng malakas. Right? So, you and cry system na ginagamit pa rin natin hanggang ngayon, 'di ba? Sumisigaw tayo magnanakaw, okay? O kaya naman sisigaw ka ng anong tawag natin dito? Hold-upper. Ang pinakawag niyo lang gagawin, na isisigaw. Sabi ko nga lagi sa mga estudyante ko mga babae, kahit kayo diyan sa lahat ng mga probinsya, ang wag niyo lang gagawin na sisigaw kayo is kapag ka nire-rape kayo, wag na wag kayong sisigaw ng tulong. Hindi nga sir. Di ba dati sumigaw akong tulong, nire-rape nga ako eh. Hindi maganda yun. Wag na wag kayong sisigaw, okay, ng tulong kapag nire-rape kayo. Bakit? Nire-rape ka na, sisigaw ka pang tulong? Maraming tutulong. Okay? Imbis na isa lang nang re-rape sa'yo, madadagdagan yan. Bakit? Siyempre, di ba? Tataasan ng kamay yung iba. Sabi ni Marvin, no, ako, tutulong ako. Di ba? Kailangan daw ng tulong nung nire-rape, tutulong ako. Di ba? O, di dalawa na. Si Francis, magtataas din ng kamay yan. Ako rin, tutulong ako. 3 na. Puta, hindi na-rape yung gangbang na yun. Bahala ka. So, wag ka sisigaw ng tulong. Hindi yun maganda. Wag. Right? Siyempre, kahit ako, alimbawa ako yung nang-rape sa'yo, mabubuisit ako eh. Di ba? Pero mo, nare-rape kita, sisigaw ka pang tulong. Ang pasing kita ng titi ko sa mukha, 'di ba? Ina mo, 'di ba? Hindi pa ako sapat. Gusto mo pa ng tulong? Hindi ka pa masaya sa akin, 'di ba? Gusto mo 3 pa kami. 'Di ba? Hindi 'yun nakakatuwa. Kaya wag ka sisigaw ng tulong kasi may mga darating para tumulong, bala ka, 'di ba? That's gangbang. Hindi pa sapat kasi juts daw. Oo nga naman, 'di ba? So, wag ka sisigaw ng tulong. Ano sisigaw ko, sir? 'Di ba? Sigaw ka sunog. Bakit sunog? Walang hindi lalabas kapag sunog. Okay? Kahit na anong problema, lagi isigaw mo sunog. Lalabas ang tao para tumulong sa'yo. Kasi walang hindi lalabas kapag ang usapan na ay sunog. Kahit anong mangyari, puta, lalabas ng bahay yan. Try mo ngayon, sigaw ka. Maglalabasan yung kapitbahay mo, di ba? O, tapos, sabay banat, joke lang, di ba? Tinitesting ko lang yung tsuri ni sir kung totoo. Okay? Putang ina, maglalabasan talaga yung mga yan, maniwala. Okay? Siyempre, ibigyan natin ng ano yung mga kasama natin babae, gago kayo. Kasi maraming babae, nakita ko kanina, ang gaganda pa naman. Dapat bigyan natin sila ng mga proper advice. Di ba? Ano pa yung mga advice na dapat natin ibigay, sir? Girls, wag kayong gagamit ng ano. Alam niyo yung feminine wash na ano, betadine? Huwag niyong gagamitin yun, di maganda yun. Wag na wag kayong gagamit ng betadine na feminine wash. Bakit, sir? Kasi yung betadine, na feminine wash, gamot yun sa sugat. Di ba? Gamot yun sa sugat. Araw-araw gagamitin mo yung betadine feminine wash, gagawin mo panghugas, di ba? Mamaya gumaling yung sugat, bala ka. Pag gumaling yung sugat, wala na yun. Okay, magugulat ka, di ba? Mawawala yung guhit, di ba? May guhit na ganyan, oh. Oh, magugulat ka, wala na, putang ina, flat na, oh. Di ba? Sabi mo, wala. Gumaling na. Buisit ka. Right? So, huwag kayong gagamit ng betadine feminine wash. Hindi yun maganda. Okay, kasi gamot yun sa sugat. Araw-araw mong ginamit yun, gagaling yung sugat. Pag gumaling yung sugat, isang umaga magugulat ka, wala na siyang guhit, gumaling na siya. So, hindi po pwede. Okay? So, ingatan natin yung mga ganong uri ng pangyayari sa buhay ninyo. Lintik kayo. Buisit. Joe daw, sabi ni Sir Junicio. Si Sir Junicio dyan. Si Joy. Malaki naman daw yung sugat, sir. Siyempre, kung araw-araw mo ginagamit, di ba? Gagaling at gagaling yun. Bala ka. So, we don't want that to happen. Okay? Sonrox. Tanga, Joy. Oo, lalo na yung ano, okay, yung kalamansi para, 'di ba? Puta, laging amoy fresh. Tsaka tipid pa kasi tutunawin mo yun, 'di ba, sa 1 litro? Ang tipid. Buisit. Downy para mabango. Abot sa linggo. Tama. Eh, yan tayo eh, no? Gising na naman sila. Oh, basta babastusan eh, oh. Hoy, sabi ni Joy. Nakita nyo, di ba? Sabi ni Joy, kung ano pinagsasabi nyo. Okay? Hindi ko inuhugasan to. Di ba? Lalo na pag mga babae, no? Okay? Pagka wala kayong ano, tawag dito, pagka wala kayong mga dalaw, ganyan kayo, masasaya kayo. Ayan, no? Tinan mo. Pero pag kayong mga babae may dalaw, di mo makausap na matino yan. Laging galit. Okay? Kasi hindi nila alam dapat nilang bilhin. Usually binibili ng mga yan kapag may dalaw. Whisper, di ba? With wings. Oo, irritable. Kapag kayo may dalaw, huwag kayo bibili ng whisper with wings. Ang bibili nyo, whisper with tongue. Okay? Hindi diaper, tanga. Bili kayo whisper with tongue. Di ba? Pag gumamit ka, whisper with tongue. O pag suot mong ganon, di ba, with tongue. O, di nakalabas yung dila. O, di kada galaw mo, kina, di ba, di masaya siya. Right? Bibili ka whisper with wings. Anong silbi nun? Okay, bili natin whisper with tongue. With wings, walang kwenta, yung may tongue. Oh, di ba? Pag suot mo yon, la, gumaganon-ganon yan. Di ba? Whisper with tongue. Buiset, sabi na. Gago. Yun lang naman. O ano lang naman eh, di ba? Opinion lang naman. Di ko naman sinabing totoo. Kayo talaga, oh. Buisit. Sana meron, sir, sabi ni Maria. Oo nga, di ba? Wala kang mabibiling whisper with wings na ano, no, may tongue, no, kakalungkot. Okay? Didala na lang kita ng whisper with wings, tapos dadalhin ko na lang din yung tongue ko. Buisit. Sino to? Mahaba dila daw, sabi niya. Feeling ko nga. Alright. Make tayo ng konti. Grabe kayo. Pagka ganyan mga kalokohan. Sige, gising-gising. Yung iba nagtawag pa, oh. Tinawag yung kapitbahay. Sabi, ka rito, bilis, bilis, bilis. Kung ano nung sinasabing katarantaduhan ng prof namin. Binayaran namin to para tarantaduhin kami. Gago kayo. Loko-loko kayo. Okay? Ayan. So, balik na muna tayo, ha? Okay, so the victim should shout for help daw. Ano yon, sir? UN cry system. Okay, the UN cry system. Okay? 249. The most basic, okay, of all police training. It is a prerequisite for permanency, okay, of appointment and is required for, okay, newly hired police officers. Ano yan, sir? Public safety basic recruit course. Okay? Public safety basic recruit course. Okay? Number 250. Check made on an individual. So, check made. So, background checking to, sir. So, nasan to? Sa personnel security investigation, di ba? Kasi check daw. Usually seeking employment. Okay? So, dalawa yung background check na didiscuss ko, di ba? Ano yung isa, sir? Mataas, PSI, classified matter. Tapos yung isa, yung mas mababa lang, BI. Okay? Para sa mga taong usually seeking employment, di ba? So, through the subject's records in the police files, educational institutions, places of residence, and previous employer. So, anong tamang sagot dyan, sir? Letter C, background investigation. Okay, letter C. Excuse me, that is the correct answer, right? 251. The process by which, okay, an individual, gusto ko sagutin nyo to kasi ito lumabas din talaga sa previous board exams natin to. Tingnan ko nga kung makukuha nyo kasi paulit-ulit ko na nabanggit yung pinakapalatandaan para masagot nyo ng tama yan. Hindi ko lang alam kung nare-recall nyo o hindi nyo ako pinapansin pero nabanggit ko na. Tingnan nga natin kung pumasok sa kukutin nyo. Wow, good job ba? Okay, so nakikita kayo mga sagot no sa chats. Okay, good job. Alright? Tama, FTP. Bakit, sir? Ano yung nagdeklara na FTP yan? Sabi dyan, the individual police officers recruited into the service, and from there, you receive formal instruction on the job. Right? Remember, FTP, di ba, sabi ko kanina, is your OJT. Okay? FTP is your OJT. Ayan, no? Formal instruction on the job. Okay? Formal instruction on the job for special and defined purpose and performs actual job functions. Okay? So, Daril, okay ka lang? Daril. Nakala ko na paano ka na, Daril, di ba? Nag-alala ako sa'yo. Iniisip lang kita kasi medyo, di ba? Tumitirik yung mata mo eh. Baka mamaya may kumakain sa'yo dyan. Okay? So, nakaganon si Daryl, yung gaganon-ganon yung mata eh, tumitirik eh. Siyempre, baka mamaya mapaungol ka, magulat kami. 'Di ba? Baka mamaya marinig namin sa iyo eh. Ha, mabigla kang gumanon eh. Mahaba no, hindi lang ha. Hindi ha. Alam mo 'yon, yung kasi yun dila mula baba hanggang pataas eh, 'di ba? Kapag ka kasi dinudot lang, yung konti lang, halang yun, 'di ba? Yung ha, 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 ganun lang. Pero pag mula ilalim pataas, 'di ba? Medyo mahaba rin yung yung bigay niyan eh, 'di ba? Yun yung mangyayari ron eh. Kaya si CJ tuwan-tuwa. Oh. Tayo naman CJ. Siya rin naantok lang. Oo. Tingnan mo, isa ka pa mahaba dila eh. Tangina mo ka eh. Tingnan mo yung tsura mo. Panot ka na. Ito si God's Permit, isa pa to. Mahaba din dila. Di ba? Panot na rin eh. Di ba? Yung mga unahan na napapanot. Yan yung mga mahabang dila. Eh kapag ang napapanot yung unahan, okay? Automatic yan, mahaba. Tinan mo ako, oh, 'di ba? Papanot na 'yung harapan. Mahaba dila namin kasi. Okay? Kaya ang sabunot sa amin ng mga syota namin, mga asawa namin dito sa harapan. Okay, papalayo. Gano'n kasi mahaba 'yung dila mo eh. Huh? Papaganon. Okay? Pero 'yung mga maikli dila, napapanot yan dito sa likod. Bakit? Kasi dito yan nahawakan eh, sa likod. Tapos ingungud-ngud ka gano'n na. Kasi maikli. Right? So, ganyan yan. Sana all daw. Oo naman. Titesting. Ikaw kasi dapat tinetest mo. Okay? In-exercise mo yung dila mo sa umaga. Right? Itetest mo yan. Halakin mo yung dila sa umaga, hatakin mo titi mo sa umaga para umaba pareho. Wisit. Okay, so balik tayo. Right? 251. Tama po ba yung mga sagot namin, sir? Yes po. On the job. Okay? That is your field training program. Right? Next, any PNP personnel who have not been promoted for a continuous period, okay, of 10 years shall be retired or separated. Okay, ano yan, sir? Attrition by non-promotion. I-deklara natin yung mga palatandaan na bilang ha para wag niyo makalimutan dito sa attrition na ito. Okay, so ano yung mga attrition kanina? Nadeklara na ko na yung unang attrition, di ba? Attrition by maximum tenure in position. Okay, dun sa attrition by maximum tenure, ano yung guide natin, sir? 4, 6, and 9. Di ba? Sino yan, sir? Si Chief, PNP, okay, si Regional Director, pagkatapos dito sa 9, yung mga Provincial Directors at saka mga City, okay, or Municipal Directors. Right? Tapos yung pangalawa natin attrition is nakalagay dyan by yung mismong tanong na muna. You have not been promoted for a continuous period of 10 years. So that is by non okay, promotion. Ayan yan. So, ilang taon, sir? Yung guide? 10 years. Okay? Tapos yung pangatlo, ano yung nakalagay dyan, sir? By relief. Okay? So, if you have been relieved for just causes, okay, for a continuous period of 2 years, ma-attrite ka na rin. Okay? Hindi ka pa nabibigyan ng matinong posisyon after 2 years, then matutuluyan na yan. Okay? Didiretso na yan ng attrition. And then, number 4 is yung tinatawag na demotion. Okay, so pagka nagkaroon ng demotion in rank or in position, meron ka lang 1.5 years or a total of 18 months. Otherwise, magtutuloy-tuloy na rin yan sa answer, sa attrition. And then yung pinakahuli, yung by other means. Pag sinabi natin na other means, yung attrition mo, ano nangyari? because of your poor performance. So ito, bumagsak ka sa performance evaluation system natin. So because of poor performance. Ayan. Okay, do sa yearly evaluation natin, di ba? So in a span of 5 years, okay, dapat wag ka magkaroon ng 2 consecutive, okay, poor performance. Dalawang magkasunod na taon na bagsak ka. Tapos in a span of 5 years, dapat wag ka rin magkaroon ng 3 cumulative. Ibig sabihin, naipon na poor performances in a span of, okay, 5 years. So ano po yan, sinulat ko na yan, sir? Yan po yung attrition system natin. Okay, so maximum tenure for 6-9. Okay, non-promotion 10 years, by relief 2 years, by demotion 1.5 years or 18 months. And then yung last is by other means, meaning because of your poor performance, in a span of 5 years, dapat wag ka magkaroon ng 2 consecutive poor performance o kaya 3 cumulative, okay, poor performances. Otherwise, ano mangyayari, sir? Tatanungin ka na, sir, ilang taon na po kayo sa serbisyo para ma-determine kung ikaw ay magre-retire or isa-separate from the service. Kung pumasok ka ng at least 20 years, pagre-retirein ka. Kung less than 20 years ka, isa-separate ka from the service. Okay, yan po yung tinatawag naman natin na attrition system. Okay? 253. Ay, sinagot ko ba yung tanong dito? 10 years? Yes, that is letter C. Attrition by non-promotion. Okay? So 253. Which of the following types of surveillance, okay, wherein we make use of scientific devices. Okay? We make use of scientific devices to enhance the view or hearing the subject's activity. So pinag-usapan natin is types of surveillance. So meron tayong tatlo na surveillance. Ano yun, sir? Fixed surveillance. And then meron tayong tinatawag na moving surveillance. And then the last one is yung tinatawag na technical, okay, surveillance. Okay, pag sinabi natin na fixed surveillance, ano yung ginagawa natin, sir? We are doing what we call a stakeout. Okay, nasa isang lugar ka lang, okay, conducting the surveillance operation. Now, kung gumagalaw tayo, may sinusundan tayo, either by foot or on a vehicle, ang tawag dyan ay moving surveillance, or also known as tailing, okay, or shadowing. Okay, anong tawag dun, sir? Tailing or shadowing. Yun yung moving surveillance. Okay, ano naman yung fixed surveillance? Yun yung tinatawag natin na stakeout. Okay, nasa isang lugar ka lang. And then we have yung tinatawag na technical surveillance. Ano yung technical surveillance? Gumagamit ka na ng mga gadgets, okay, and devices. Okay, so iba't ibang mga scientific equipments, gadgets, or devices gumagamit ka na. Halimbawa, gumamit tayo ng drone. Nagkabit tayo ng camera sa drone para makapag-surveillance. That is what we call technical surveillance. Itong pangatlo. Pero kung sinusundan lang natin yung tao, naglalakad siya, that is moving surveillance, tailing or shadowing. Sumakay siya ng kotse, sumakay ka rin ng sasakyan, tailing or shadowing pa rin yun. Okay? Kung nasa isang lugar lang tayo, nagsusurveillance sa kanya, nagbabantay, that is what we call a fixed surveillance or kung tawagin din natin, stake out. Okay? So, yun yung different types of surveillance na meron tayo. Okay? Bugging device, yes. Kasama pa rin yan dito, sir, sa technical surveillance. Pag gumamit ka ng tinatawag natin na bugging device, ano ba yung bugging device? A bugging device is a micro, okay, maliit, okay, micro transmitter. So, para naririnig natin kung ano yung sinasabi nila. Okay? So, that is still part of technical surveillance. Bakit? A bugging device is a gadget or is a scientific device. Okay? So, dito sa technical yan papasok. Okay? Next, 254. PNPA, okay, graduates, okay, the cadets shall be automatically appointed to the initial rank of police senior inspector via lateral entry. That is false. Bakit, sir? It is true that they will enter via lateral entry. Pero hindi naman police senior inspector. Okay? Ano, sir, ang pasok nila? Police inspector or police lieutenant. Hindi senior inspector. Okay? So the statement is false. This area is used for high storage. Oh, sorry. This area is used for storage of high value cargo and classified documents. It is under surveillance at all times and access is strictly limited. Ano yung pinag-uusapan natin dito, sir? Okay? Yang lahat ng nandiyan sa choices mo sila yan. Okay? Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is yung letter A. Ano yan, sir? Yan yung tinatawag natin sa Document and Information Security na restricted areas. Okay? May tatlong uri ng restricted area, sir. Number 1 is yung tinatawag na controlled. Okay? Number 2 is yung limited. Okay? And then number 3 is, ayan, yung excluded. So, yung excluded, hindi ko na-explain. Bakit? Yan yung answer sa 255. Okay? An excluded area is an area used for storage of high-value cargo and classified documents. Okay? It is also under surveillance at all times and access is strictly limited. Yan yung tinatawag natin na excluded area. Okay? Ang kailangan na lang natin maintindihan, ano yung dalawa? Okay? A controlled area is an area where only authorized personnel are allowed. So ano yung guide ko rito, sir, sa controlled area? Only authorized. Okay, authorized, yung mga authorized individuals lang, only authorized persons, okay, are allowed. Sila lang ang pupwedeng pumasok. Okay, mga authorized individuals. Halimbawa, school. Okay, a school is a controlled area. Bakit? Kasi pwede lang pumasok doon mga authorized personnel. Yung mga may ID lang ng school, estudyante, staff, 'di ba? Teachers, ganyan. Kaya controlled area siya. Ang mall, hindi ang controlled area, di ba? Kasi kahit sino pwedeng pumasok. So, pag sinabi natin controlled area, it's an area where only authorized persons are allowed. Kung sino man yung authorized person para sa lugar na yon. Bawa, isang kumpanya, okay, isang company, ang authorized person lang is siyempre yung mga company employees. Okay, sila lang yung may ID, di ba? So, sila lang pwede. That's a controlled area. Okay, now, ano naman yung limited area, sir? A limited area is an area within, okay, within, nasa loob, within, okay, within area, within the controlled area. Ganun, sir, nasa loob yan, sir, ng controlled area. Yes. Okay, and a limited area is an area within, nasa loob, within the controlled area where a greater security is imposed. Mas mataas pa ng konti yung security requirement. Halimbawa, doon sa company, di ba, yung company premises, yung buong kumpanya, kay controlled area yon. Pero may mga area doon sa loob ng company na hindi po pwedeng basta kapapasok kahit pa empleyado ka. Di ba? Yun yung mga opisina, halimbawa, ng mga boss, di ba? Hindi pwedeng basta kapapasok doon. Opisina na pinagtataguan natin ng mga dokumento, di ba? Halimbawa, opisina ng accounting, di ba? Nandun yung pera, hindi ka basta pwede pumasok. Anong tawag doon? That is a limited area. An area within, nasa loob, the controlled area. Tapos itong huli, excluded, siyempre, nakatago yan. Ibang lugar, kaya nga excluded di ba? Naka-exclude. Tapos anong silbi niyan, sir? Ayan, nakasulat na. It is an area used for storage of high-value cargo and classified documents. So silang tatlo, yan yung tinatawag natin ng mga restricted areas. Okay? Para sa document and information security. Okay? So ano po yung sagot dito, sir? Dito sa 255, letter D, excluded area. Yan po yung sagot dyan. Okay? 256. Okay, so this is a repeat question. So bigay ko na lang yung sagot, di ba? To check if you are free from any contagious disease. Ano ulit yan, sir? Complete physical and medical exam. Okay, complete physical and medical exam. Right? On the average nationwide, the manning levels of the PNP shall be approximately in accordance with the police population ratio of. Yes, dito applicable yung 1:500 mo. Kasi on the average nationwide, di ba? Yun yung tinatanong sa'yo. On the average nationwide, and then approximately in accordance with what is the prescribed, 1:500. Yun yung talagang sinasabi. Okay? So, dyan applicable yung 1:500 na yan. So, that's the correct answer, sir. Letter B, yes. Okay? The world's largest international police organization with currently 194 member countries. Letter B, International Criminal Police Organization or the ICPO or simply the Interpol. And that is the correct answer. 259. This particular PNP directorate is the one in charge for the proper management and care of police records. Ano daw yun, sir? The Directorate for Personnel and Records Management. Okay? Unobstructed area. Ano daw tawag dun sa unobstructed area na yan, sir? Okay? That is what we call a clear zone. Okay? So, ka-clarify ko lang, this is your perimeter barrier. This is your top guard. Okay? That is the outside. Bakit, sir? Ang top guard lagi nakaturo sa labas. Okay? So, that is the outside. Ito, outside. Ito, inside. Ano sabi, sir? Dapat meron tayong 20 feet sa labas. Okay? Sa outside. And then 50 feet sa loob na kung tawagin ay unobstructed area. Sabihin, walang kahit na ano, walang nakaparadang sasakyan, walang mga pwedeng tungtungan, upuan, or whatnot. Unobstructed. Anong tawag doon, sir? Letter B. Clear zone. Kaya nga clear zone, di ba? A zone that has been cleared. Lugar na walang kahit na ano. Okay? So 20 feet sa loob, 50 feet. 20 feet sa labas, 50 feet sa loob. Okay, that is what we call a clear zone. Okay, again, mula sa labas, or 20 feet, mula sa loob, 50 feet. This test shall determine, okay, if you have the necessary coordination, strength, and speed of movement. Okay, again, physical agility test. Okay, physical agility test. Okay, 262. Okay, what division? Okay, what is the only division in the police organization that you cannot eliminate? Diba? Dito, obvious lang din sagot. Diba? That's basic. Okay? What is the only division na hindi pwede mawala? Patrol. Patrol is the essence of police function. Patrol is the backbone. Patrol is the most important. So therefore, you cannot eliminate that. Patrol is the only division na hindi po pwedeng alisin. Okay? Kasi nga, tayo backbone eh. Kaya lang naman merong iba in support capacity yan of the patrol. Okay, the patrol efforts. So, answer is letter D, patrol. Okay? 263. This type of filing system is used if we want to file. Okay, if you want to file down, how? Okay, our records based on the sequential date order. Okay, so isa-isahin ko lang, no? Ito yung tinatawag natin na filing system. Now, bago ko pumunta sa filing system ha, filing. Okay? Punta muna tayo sa tinatawag na records management system. Okay? So, records management system or RMS, records management. Okay, so unang tanong, sir, anong klaseng records management system ang gamit ng PNP? May dalawa kasi. Meron tayong tinatawag na number 1, centralized. Okay? And the number 2, decentralized. Yan yung mga management systems na meron tayo. Paano minamanage ang dokumento? Pag sinabi natin na centralized records management system, lahat ng records natin are kept in one central location. So, nasa isang lokasyon lang. One location. Nasa isang lugar lang. Kasi nga, centralized, di ba? Ngayon, pag sinabing decentralized, yung mga record system natin, wala sa one location. Nasaan, sir? Different locations. Iba't ibang lugar sa opisina matatagpuan. Okay? So, meron dalawa. Ngayon, question, alin ang gamit ni PNP? Alin yung pinili natin? Okay? The PNP uses the centralized type of records management system. Okay? So, tandaan, the PNP uses what, sir? Centralized records management system. Yan ang gamit natin, ha? So, tapos na yung records management system. Okay? Next is yung tinatawag na filing system. Okay? So, records management, centralized, one location, decentralized, different location. The PNP uses a centralized type of records management system. Now, punta tayo sa tinatawag na filing system. Okay? So, meron tayong tinatawag na alphabetical. Okay? Pag sinabi natin alphabetical na filing system, ito po ay dictionary format. Dictionary. Pag sinabi natin, okay, na dictionary format, ano po ang ibig sabihin nun, sir? If it's a dictionary format, it means, okay, naka A to Z. Saglit lang ha. Nakabukas yata yung messenger ko. Hold on. Ayan. Ako po. Okay, game. Ulit. alpha, sorry, so kulang ng letter L. Ayan. Alphabetical format, okay, or alphabetical filing system means we are following the dictionary format or simply from A to Z. Okay, pagka binigyan ka ng records, pina-file sa'yo, A to Z lang. Okay? So mula, yung letra lang ang susundan mo. Next is yung tinatawag natin na encyclopedic. Pag sinabi natin na encyclopedic, paano natin ginagawa itong filing system na to, sir? What we do is, we group first. Gagawa muna tayo ng grouping, or heading. Kapag ka may grouping or heading na yan, tsaka tayo A to Z. So sir, so gagawa ka muna ng grouping or heading, tsaka mo A to Z. Yes. Halimbawa, records ng mga police, di ba? Personnel file natin. So, individual records mo. So, kung i-alphabetical ko yan, susundan ko lang mga apelyido. Di ba? Letter A, letter B, di ba? Letter C hanggang sa Z. Alcantara, di ba? Bragado, Cruz, Di Guzman, di ba? By dictionary format or A to Z. Kapag sinabi natin na encyclopedic, susundin ko pa rin yung A to Z. Pero dapat magkaroon muna ako ng grouping. Okay? So, halimbawa, pipili ako, mga PCO muna, mga opisyal, tapos saka ako A to Z. Okay? Tapos pagsasama-samahin ko rin yung mga hindi opisyal, mga PN, CO, tapos saka ako A to Z. So, ano yung grouping muna or heading? Ito. Okay? Kung PCO o PNCO. Tapos, saka ka nag A to Z. Diba? Ayan yung tinatawag natin na encyclopedic. Okay? Next. Meron tayong tinatawag na chronological. Ayan. Mali spelling. Okay? CH, chronological. Pag sinabi natin na chronological, ito yung question. Right? It will be based on what, sir? Sequential. Pag sinabi natin na sequential, nasa tamang pagkakasunod-sunod. Sequential, date, order. Ibig sabihin, no, nasa tamang pagkakasunod-sunod yung date niya. Halimbawa, yearly, tapos yung isang folder by year, tapos yung nasa loob ng folder by month. Tapos per month, naka by week. Ganun siya. So, sequential, date, order. Yun yung susundan mo naman by date. Kapag chronological. Right? And then we also have yung tinatawag na geographical. Pag sinabi natin na geographical, sir, ano sinusunod? By location. So una, hahanapin muna lahat ng location nila. Okay? Pagka nakita mo na, pili ka ng isang location. Halimbawa, sabi mo, by city. Okay? Pinili mo yung location by city. Okay? Pagka napili mo na kung anong location gagamitin mo, saka ka mag-A to Z. So mag-A to Z pa rin. Yes, sir. Pero this time, ang ginamit mong main reference is yung city. Tapos yung city, i-A to Z mo. Okay? Ganun siya. And then, so geographical. Pinakahuli is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, ito yung panlima. Numerical. Ito yung isa rin sa pinakamadali. Okay? Numerical at saka alphabetical. Yan yung dalawang pinakamadali. Sa numerical naman, simple lang. Bakit, sir? Gagamit ka lang, right, ng number series. Okay? So, pag sinabi natin na number series, gagamit ako ng bilang, di ba? So, halimbawa, anong klaseng number series yon? Straight numbering. Pag sinabi natin na straight numbering, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hanggang sa dulo. Okay? Pwede naman tinatawag na serial numbering. Pag sinabi natin na serial numbering, set of numbers. Halimbawa, 000-1, 0000-2, gano'n naman siya. Pagka sinabing serial numbering. Okay? So, straight numbering, 1, 2, 3, 4, serial numbering, series yan. Kaya nga, serial numbering, di ba? Set of numbers. Anong tawag dyan, sir? Yan naman yung tinatawag natin na filing system. Okay? Tapos yung kanina, records management system. Centralized at saka decentralized. Question. Okay? Ano yung sagot dito, sir? By sequential date order. So that is chronological. Right? So the answer is chronological. Right? When information, okay, of intelligence value is obtained excuse me, through direct intercommunication in which one or more parties is unaware of the specific purpose of observation. Ang tawag dyan, sir, letter D. Elicitation. Ayun pala tawag dun, sir, elicitation. Yes. Kinukuha ng kita na impormasyon simply by having a conversation sa'yo. Kinakausap lang kita, hindi mo alam, nangangalap na ako na information. Ayan, no, direct intercommunication. Okay, what do you call that, sir? We call that elicitation in intelligence. Okay, this is the exact, right? This is the exact, okay, order waivers are prioritized if the number of qualified applicants fall below the annual quota. So ano yan, sir? Age, height, and weight. Dati, di ba, may E sa dulo, age, height, weight, education. Pero after RA 8551, nawala na yung E kasi may requirements na for education ang RA 8551, di ba, 4 years. So wala na siya sa listahan mo. Okay, so paano na lang yung pagkakasunod-sunod? It will always be by age, by height, and by weight. Hindi yan bago. Yan ang proper sequence niyan. Okay, age, height, and then weight. Right? Next. Physically locates. Excuse me. Ayan yung bigay ko lang sa inyo, di ba? Physically locates the record series in different places within an office. Ano yan, sir? Decentralized. Bakit? Different places within an office yung location ng mga record series mo. Okay, so that is decentralized records management system. The impression created in the minds of law-abiding citizens and would-be criminals that the police are always available to respond to any situation and at a moment's notice. Ano po yun, sir? Yan yung resulta ng police visibility. Ano yan, sir? Police omnipresence. Okay? Police omnipresence. Next, sir. 268. Essential in administering personnel matters. Okay, so anong uri daw ng police records yan? Okay, so makikita mo naman sa question kung saan papunta eh, di ba? Personnel matters and designed to aid in assignment. Okay, assignment of who? The personnel. Promotion of who? The personnel. And disciplinary action of personnel. So case, identification, arrest and booking, di ba? Obvious naman, it is letter A. Administrative records. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin is, okay, personal documents. Personnel matters, di ba? Assignment, okay, of personnel, promotion of personnel, puro personnel documents yan. So that is part of administrative records. Bakit, sir? Administrative means management, okay? Management functions, post-decorp, nando doon ang personnel, right? Sa POS, staffing, about personnel. So that is administrative records, okay? When an officer reaches the required time and grade and you possess all the mandatory and other consideration in promotion, also you are in the zone of consideration, okay, he or she may apply for what kind of promotion? That is letter C, regular. Bakit? Nasa iyo na lahat, di ba, na mandatory requirements for promotion. Okay, pasok ka na rin sa zone of consideration as one of the senior officers. Excuse me. Then you are qualified na for regular promotion. Okay? These records maintain the arrest and jail booking report which is required for all persons arrested. Ito mga ganitong question, part of easy questions to. Bakit sa part of easy questions, sir? Kasi nga, ang daling intindihin, di ba? Arrest and jail booking report, halos nandun na eh. Okay, so that's letter B, arrest and booking records. Okay, so medyo parte yan ng tinatawag namin na easy questions. Mamaya I'll discuss kung ano yung mga easy questions na yan. Right? Phase in the operational guidelines where the patrol officers surrendered their equipment or any items they were able to confiscate or recover during their actual shift. Naalala ko kanina, diniscuss ko isa-isa yan. Pre-deployment, deployment, at saka post-deployment. Sa pre-deployment, di ba? Doon yung tinatawag na roll call formation. That is where you will, okay, receive the briefing, okay, the information coming from your patrol supervisors. And then meron tayong tinatawag na deployment phase, your actual duty. Okay, and then meron tayong tinatawag na post-deployment phase. Ano yung post-deployment phase? That is after the duty. So after the duty, that is where you will surrender equipment. That is where you will turn over, okay, items that you were able to confiscate or recover during the actual shift. So ano yung hinahanap dito na phase, sir? Letter D, post-deployment phase. Identification records provides identification of criminals. That's correct. Okay, anong kasama daw dun sa identification records na yan? Names of criminals, physical characteristics of criminals, and also photographs of criminals. Kasama din dito yung fingerprint records ng mga civilians, at saka mga foreigners. Kasama rin dito yung criminal specialty o yung tinatawag na modus operandi files. Ano lahat yung sinabi na yan, sir? Yan yung tinatawag na identification records. Now, what's the question? Within its coverage, which one is the most important because it is considered as the heart of the identification system? So, alin ang pinaka-importante? Okay, doon sa identification records natin, it is the fingerprint record. Diba? Yan yung pinaka-importante, yung fingerprint record. So, yan yung considered as the heart, okay, of the identification system. Okay? What does ASEAN poll stands for? Okay, so dito, lagi ako nagkakaroon problema kasi ang sinasagot ng mga bata yung acronym. Okay, gustong-gusto nilang piliin Association of Southeast Asian Police. Okay, hindi po. Ang ASEAN poll stands for the ASEAN Chiefs of Police. Parang Interpol po yan. Ang Interpol, hindi naman Interpol na International Police. Ang Interpol, International Criminal Police Organization. Diba? Pero bakit tinatawag mong Interpol? Nasaan yung C? Nasaan yung P ron? Wala. Okay? Kasi hindi mo siya babasahin per letter. Okay? Yun yung ibig sabihin niya talaga. Interpol, okay, is the International Criminal Police Organization. ICPO yun na. But Interpol, it's the same principle. Ito, ASEAN Chiefs of Police is called the ASEAN Pol. Okay, so the correct answer is letter C. Malapit na mapalitan yan. Okay, pagka lumabas na yung bagong ano nila, anong tawag dito? Okay, yung ASEAN Pol Conference, okay, magiging ASEAN National Chiefs of Police na yan. Pero sa ngayon, we will still stay, okay, as letter C. ASEAN Chiefs of Police ang ibig sabihin ng ASEAN Pol. Okay? 274, a disciplinary mechanism of the PNP for simple cases of misconduct, insubordination, and tardiness. Eh, maning-mani, di ba? Ayan ang sagot to, PNP, disciplinary mechanism, PNP, o di syempre, internal. Diba? Sinabi na nga, disciplinary mechanism nino, ni PNP. So that is internal disciplinary mechanism. Okay? It serves as the basis for an analysis of offenses and the methods by which they are committed. It is the heart of the police record system. Binanggit na natin kanina to, sir. Anong tawag dito, sir? The case records. Okay? So sa lahat, okay, ng police records na meron tayo, ano pinaka-importante? The case records. That is why it is the heart. Bakit siya importante, sir? Kasi nasa sa kanya ang tinatawag na foundation record. Ano po yun, di ba? Yung foundation record, the complaint sheet. Okay? Refers to the patrol activity where the police personnel waits at the station for any call requiring actual police assistance. Patrol strategy to. Okay? Reactive at saka proactive. Ano sa palagay mo yung tamang sagot? Okay? Reactive, sir. Bakit? Ang sabi dyan, right? We wait at the police station for any call requiring police assistance. So if we're just waiting, okay, and then we will respond, that is what we call a reactive patrolling. Okay? Also known as the 201 file sa mga private companies, pero sa PNP, okay, ano ang tawag dyan, sir? It's the folder containing the set of personal records ng isang police pertaining to the individual member of the PNP. That is what we call police personnel file, letter B. PPF, police personnel file. Hindi A ha, hindi police personal. Police personnel file, okay, letter B. In this type of organization, there are channels of authority and responsibility flowing in two different directions. Authority, okay, flows downward from the highest official to the lowest official, and responsibility flows upward from the lowest to the highest position. Ang question is, what type of organization is this? Okay, so what type of organization is this, sir? This is what we call a line organization. Okay, so that is line organization. Okay. PNPA graduates are exempted to undergo the FTP in that they shall be issued with a permanent status as per Section 33 of RA 6975. Ano po yan, sir? Totoo ba yan o hindi? Okay, so that is true. Why, sir? Ang PNPA graduates, hindi na nila kailangan mag-FTP. Ibig sabihin, hindi na nila kailangan mag-OJT kasi 4 na taon nang nandoon yan. Kaya sa loob ng kampo, ginawa na nila yung FTP mo, mas matagal pa. Mas matagal nag-OJT yung mga yan, mas maraming OJT hours yung mga yan kesa sa atin. Okay, so hindi na nila kailangan mag-FTP or OJT. Pangalawa, they shall be issued with a permanent status as per Section 33. Totoo rin yun. Pagpasok nila, permanent status na sila. Bakit ganun, sir, permanent status? Kasi tapos na sila sa FTP, di ba? Ang usapan, di ba, magpa-permanent tayo kapag upgraded na yung qualifications mo. Tayo kasi, nung manumpa ka bilang pulis, hindi pa tapos eh, magsisimula pa lang eh, yung OJT mo. Okay? Tsaka yung PSBRC mo. Bago ka papasok talaga sa PNP per se, di ba? Ibig sabihin, kailangan mo na matapos. Sila, pagpasok nila sa PNP, natapos nila yung 4 na taon, naka-upgraded qualification na kagad kasi tapos na yung FTP. Kaya agad-agad makukuha na nila yung permanent status kasi nga tapos na yung FTP when they come in. Ikaw, inaantay mong matapos before you come in. Kaya naka-temporary status ka muna. Right? So that statement is true. Totoo po yan. 279. Wala silang FTP and then permanent status nila upon entering the PNP. With what rank, sir? Police lieutenant or police inspector. Okay? In police patrol, okay, PIPS stands for what, sir? Anong tawag natin dyan? Police Integrated Patrol System. What letter is that, sir? Letter B. PIPS stands for, okay, in actual police patrol operation, Police Integrated Patrol System. Right? 281. It is considered as the foundation record of the police department. It reflects all information regarding the complaints and reports received by the police from citizens and other agencies or the actions taken by the police. Okay, so that is what we call letter D. Diba? Complaint sheet. Okay, the foundation record of the police department is called the complaint sheet. Saan matatagpuan yan, sir? Sa case records. Okay? What type of patrol is the most extensively used, okay, the most effective, considering speed and mobility? Okay, that is mobile patrol, right? Considering speed and mobility, ibig sabihin kung meron tayong pangangailangan na bilis at ease of movement, mabilis tayo nakakakilos, okay, alin ang pinaka-extensively, pinaka-ginagamit, that is mobile patrol, letter B. Okay? It was meant to be used by traffic policemen for escorting and traffic management, but it is now the favored, okay, in congested areas of the city where banks, okay, are everywhere. Ano yan, sir? Motorcycle patrol. Hindi lang sa mga congested areas natin gusto ang motorcycle patrol. Ngayon, yan na rin yung favored natin sa anong mga areas, sir? Sa mga area na merong matataas na bilang ng motorcycle riding criminals or mga riding in tandem. So dalawa pala tandaan mo kay motorcycle patrol, ha. It is favored in congested areas. Pag sinabi natin na congested areas, okay, letter C, congested, 'di ba? Congested. Ano marami, sir? Letter C, those are cars, okay, vehicles. Okay, so marami kotse kapag congested. So anong gusto natin, sir? Motorcycle patrol. Ano pa, sir? Kapag kauso ang mga riding in tandem. Okay, kapag ang lugar maraming riding in tandem, motorcycle patrol ang preferred natin. So riding in tandem criminals, congested area, okay, that is motorcycle patrol. Pero yung isa populated, okay? Magkaiba ang populated sa congested, okay? Letter C, congested cars. Populated P, that is for people. Okay, so ano marami sa populated, sir? People. Okay, pagka people marami, anong kailangan mo? Foot patrol. Okay, pero pag congested, ano marami, sir? Letter C, cars. Anong kailangan mo? Motorcycle. Okay, patrol. Right? So, ganyan siya. What type of surveillance, okay, when the subject remains on site, and you're not supposed to lose the contact against all odds. Kahit ano mangyari, dapat wag siya mawala sa paningin mo. Okay, that is what we call close or tight surveillance, letter D. Paano, sir,